Right, I've got the signage on. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It's now 2 o'clock, so we'll make a start. My name is Trevor Thorne. I'm the chairman of the Strategic Planning Committee. Welcome to our meeting today here at County Hall on Tuesday, the 1st of November. I'm just going to briefly run through what happens at the Planning Committee, the procedure we go through. So first of all, as chair, I introduce the item and make sure that the members have seen the site visit videos. I then ask the planning officer to give us any updates, any changes to recommendations, and to present his report. We then come to the public speaking slot, and we have 5 minutes for objectors, 5 minutes for a local member, a county councillor or parish councillor, and then 5 minutes for an applicant or a supporter. I then invite the members of the committee, the planning committee, to ask questions to the planning officer, and then we debate the application, asking for a proposal, that proposal to be seconded, and then we debate the issue and vote on the application. Apologies for absence. Have we had any apologies for absence today?
Yes, Chair. I've received apologies from Councillors Wallace and Watson.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Minutes of the previous meeting. Minutes of the previous meeting have been circulated to members. Are they happy that these are a true and correct record of that meeting? Thank you very much indeed. Then we come to disclosure of members' interests. Have any members of the planning committee got an interest in any of the applications today? Malcolm?
Chair, I've had a conversation with the solicitor because I'm the ward member for 2 of the applications today, but I also live in phase 1 of one of the applications, which is almost complete. And she's happy for me to sit as a member of the committee.
And you're happy to?
I want to do, yes.
Thank you. Thanks very much indeed. Before we start determining... Oh, Nick Oliver, sorry.
Chair, I'm not a member of the committee, but I am making representations on behalf of residents in my ward. One of the issues I'll be raising about this is about the Amenity Grange application, is a concern about potentially increased flood risk. And I just want to be in interest of full transparency. My house flooded in 2015. I've taken legal advice from the monitoring officer, and I'm told I'm perfectly able to speak, but just in the interest of full transparency.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Oliver. So before we start the applications themselves this afternoon, we've got 6 in front of us. I would just like to say that we are going to have a break after the 3rd application. So that's item number 8 on the agenda. We're going to have a short break for a tea and a coffee and then resume the meeting after that. As chair, I'd also like to thank the planning team for organising the site visits yesterday. We had a mammoth day of site visits. In actual fact, we visited all the applications that are before us today, all 6 of them, and just want to thank the planning officers, Kevin and Jack, for accompanying us on this visit. The site visits were well attended, and you know, they do make such a difference to looking at your application. Often, you know, it is a desktop application and you have to imagine what is there from the data you've got in front of you. But for all of these 6 applications, we actually visited the site yesterday, and it really helps put the application in context. You see it in the landscape, so to speak. So I want to thank the members for coming along and the planning officers for all the work they did. It really was a very worthwhile day. So, ladies and gentlemen, to the first application on our agenda today, and that's item 6 on the agenda. It's for the extraction and processing of 5.8 million tonnes of sand and gravel and the phased restoration of the site to a lake and associated wetlands. And this is land northeast of Alnwick Grange Hoff, Alnwick Road, Hexham. So now I'm going to ask our planning officer, Kevin, to present his report and take us through this application. Kevin, over to you.
Good afternoon and thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll start off just by sort of going through a little bit of the context of the site before I move on to sort of start to go through some of the main considerations set out in the report. So in terms of the site location, on the slide now is shown the red line boundary for the site. As you can see, just some of the things in the surrounding area. To the north, you have the settlements of Amenity and Oakwood. The A69 running along to the north. You have residential properties, residential areas of Hexham to the south and southeast. And to the west of the site, we have the Egger complex and the Bridgend industrial estate area. This is the site access road. This part of the red line boundary sort of coming down into the site there. The next slide just sort of zooms in on that a little bit and just sort of lets us just focus in on a little bit more of the things in the surrounding area. So the purple hashed line towards the bottom of the site, that's the proposed extraction area. The site compound would be in that area to the northwest of the extraction area. The red line boundary extends a little bit sort of beyond and into the farmland to the north of the extraction area, and it includes that farmland, as I say, and that farmland would be retained, and that wouldn't form part of the extraction area. The purposes of including that within the red line boundary are because there's some enhancement works to the hedgerows and such like within that area. Some of the other things to sort of point out are we have the access road coming down from the C242 Amenity Road. So that's the access to the public highway there. It runs down in a southerly direction around the eastern side of the Egger complex, which is here, and then down past the Hexham sewage treatment works site and the existing anaerobic digestion plant at the bottom of that access road. A couple of other things to just point out on this slide. The area that's in kind of a lilac colour on there, that's the area that's allocated for employment uses in the recently adopted local plan. So that was the area that was removed from the green belt as part of the local plan process. The area to the kind of between that and the Egger complex, that is also allocated for employment uses, and there have been previous applications on that area associated with the extension to the Egger site. So the total area of the site, so that's everything within the red line boundary, is 79.2 hectares. The extraction area itself is 33.8 hectares within that. The site is currently in agricultural use. It's an arable rotation, and as sort of pointed out on those slides, and we'll come on to it later, the vehicular access would be from Amenity Road using the existing track down to the sewage treatment works and the anaerobic digestion plant. So the main elements of the proposal are there would be approximately 5.8 million tonnes of sand and gravel to be extracted from the site, and that would take place over a 25-year period. The applicant estimates that the annual output will be between 200,000 and 300,000 tonnes. if planning permission were to be granted, there would be initial sort of setup phase to the site. So within that phase, the operator would go into the site and set up the site compound and prepare the site for the extraction. The extraction itself would take place across 5 phases. There would also be an element of the scheme which involves the placement of 300 millimetres of topsoil on a field to the north, in the northwest of the northwest of the site, but the remainder of the soils would be exported from the site as part of the proposal. And the proposed restoration is to a lake with associated wetlands. So on the next slide we can see the composite working plan for the site. So things to sort of point out on here, you can see the site compound area to the northwest of the extraction area, and then we have the 5 phases of extraction starting off in the west of the site and generally moving in an east, sort of northeasterly direction across the Hoffland. The northeast field, which I mentioned on the previous slide, where the soils are going to be placed, that's in the far northeastern corner of the application site, just adjacent to the A69. So this is a bit more of a zoomed in view of the site compound. Again, we have the existing anaerobic digestion plant to the west of the site compound. Vehicles will come in down the private access road, past the AD plant and into the site compound from the northwest. There's a separate car parking area on site, and that would have a grasscrete surface to it. There would be some hard surfacing around the weighbridge and site office area here, and then there would be permeable surface treatment across the rest of the site compound. With and what you can see in there is the processing plant. So that's the washing plant for the extracted sand and gravel, which is placed in an unprocessed stockpile here, and then after it's been processed, it's put in the relevant sort of stockpiles. The other elements there are the site lagoons. So that comes from the water that's taken from that'll be taken from the abstraction pond, and that's used in the system to wash the sand and gravel, and then that's that water sort of recycled back through the system and used again. It's a closed system, but there is a little bit of a loss of water through that process, so it has to be sort of topped up through the groundwater abstraction. On the next few slides, I've put some of the phasing plan, so we can just see how the site progresses across its proposed sort of 25-year lifespan. So the first one is after sort of 2 years of working, and we can see that the site, as described, is progressing. The extraction is progressing in an easterly direction. Sort of on an annual basis or biannual basis, the operator will strip the soils from the area that they're proposing to go and extract from in the coming year. The reason for controlling that and restricting the area and doing that on an annual basis is just to kind of try to minimise the area of extraction in the area where the disturbance is at any given time. There's obviously landscape and visual impact considerations in relation to that. So as I've kind of moved through the next 3 slides, that's moving into phase 2 of the site at year 6, and you can just kind of see the extraction area moving off in that northeasterly direction. The next slide is at year 8, and just to point out, the the site it's proposed to have progressive restoration, so the areas behind the extraction area are being restored, and again, you know, those restoration works would be taking place on an annual basis. And I'm moving into year 10 on the next slide. Year 15, phase 3, phase 4 within year 20, and then phase 5 at year 25. And then the next slide is the final restoration. So within that final restoration, you have the lake, the water body, but within that you have some other wetland habitats within that as well. There's a 1 in 5 slope would be created on the southern edge of the extraction area, and what that does is kind of creates ephemeral sort of wetland habitats as the water changes level sort of throughout the year. On the northern side of the lake, it's proposed to have a steeper slope on there, and to create some cliffs for the benefit of sand martin. Also, as part of the restoration, there's a green lane would be created to the north of the extraction area, and that would have hedgerow planting alongside that. As I mentioned in the introduction, this area to the north of the extraction area remains as farmland throughout the development. There's no proposals to alter or extract anything in there. The works that do take place in there, and this takes place at the beginning of development, is to improve the hedgerow planting in there and fill in some of the gaps that there are in the existing hedgerows in that area. These are just some photographs, and not the best quality, so apologies for that. And this is just an example of one of the applicants' other sites in Northumberland at Horton Strother, which is just to the north of Humshoff in the North Tyne Valley. And this is an example of the ongoing restoration at that site, where they were kind of creating quite sort of similar wetland habitats to it's proposed on this scheme. I'll just now sort of go through some photographs in and around the site. So members on the site visit yesterday will be sort of familiar with this location. So this is just on the edge of the anaerobic digestion plant. So this is where the site access will go through, and the site compound would be created on the right-hand side of that area, with the extraction works then progressing in the direction away from where the photograph was taken. The next photograph is taken from the viewpoint up at Amenity. What you can see is the view over from up on the valley side over the low-lying valley floor. On the right-hand side, you'll see the domes, which are at the anaerobic digestion plant. So the site compound would go adjacent to that, and the extraction would progress from right to left across that image. You can see a hedgerow running across the flat land there, which marks the kind of northern boundary of the operational part of the site. The next slide gives a visualization of what the scheme would look like at phase 5. So what you can see is the water body that's been kind of created through the phased extraction and restoration of the site. That's progressed across the land there. And this image has the advanced planting that would take place to the north of the site compound and to the north of phases 1 and 2 of the site along the flood bund. So, obviously by this stage of development, that planting will have matured a little bit. Yeah, so, I think earlier on in the scheme, there will be views of the site compound from this viewpoint until those trees begin to mature. This is a view a little bit further along at Oakwood from one of the field entrances there. So again, you can reference point as the anaerobic digestion plant, and then again the extraction operation would progress from right to left across that image there. This is taken from a little bit lower point below Amenity, at Amenity Grange. You can just about see the lorry on the A69 there, and there's another sort of one further along, so that runs in the foreground. And then, again, anaerobic digestion plant here, so the site would be progressing from right to left, as seen in this image. This is the view from, there's a small area of public space just next to the Enoch View housing development. So this is a view across from that. You can see the trees and the River Tyne in the foreground, and the site extraction would be on this existing agricultural land just behind that. Again, the anaerobic digestion plant is slightly sort of screened in this shot by the existing vegetation, but that's over to the left-hand side. So this kind of site compound would be to the right-hand side of that. This was an image, a photographer took in the summer from that sort of similar viewpoint, obviously with different photographic equipment, but just interesting in terms of the change in sort of the leaf cover at that time of during the summer months in comparison. We did ask the applicant to do the viewpoint images during the winter months when the trees weren't in leaf, so we were getting a better idea of the kind of worst case scenario, in terms of some of the views. This is Whitehoff, which is east along the A695, along the southern edge of the site. What you can see in the foreground, where you can see this this tree planting, so that's on the southern side of the Tyne. You can't quite see the River Tyne itself in that image, but it's just beyond that tree planting, and what you can see is the embankment and the river bank of the River Tyne just behind that. Again, the extraction here at this point would be moving from left to right as we look at this image. This next image is taken from the southeast edge of Hexham, or from a public footpath that is close to Delegate Cottage. So you're looking down from this across the site. So here's the anaerobic digestion plant, the dome's there. You've got the Egger complex there. So the site will progress through that area. And if we move on to kind of the next image, you can see projected onto there in the visualization the site compound area and the wetland, the lake that's kind of created as the extraction is starting to progress. And then the next image shows that area, that wetland area, a lot larger as the sites progress through to that restoration phase. In terms of vehicle routing, it's proposed that upon exiting the private access road down the eastern side of Egger, all vehicles would turn left onto the C242 Enoch Road, then onto sort of Ferry Road. They would then turn right onto Rotary Way and then up to the A69. And we kind of vice versa for inbound journeys to the site. There aren't any proposals for vehicles to turn right and head down towards Corbridge. So that's an image of the site access from Enoch Road. And then as part of the proposals, there are to be some off-site highway works to widen the section of Anick Road between the site access and the car park for Egger. The purpose of that is to allow the HGVs to more easily pass along that section of the route. So these are some two photographs from either end of that stretch of highway where it's proposed to widen. So you can see the stone wall there. That stone wall will need to be kind of removed and rebuilt a little bit further back as part of the as part of those widening works. So moving on to the main sort of planning considerations set out in the report. I think the first thing to sort of cover is the local plan allocation and the need for the mineral. So the site is allocated for extraction of sand and gravel under policy Min 7 of the Northumberland local plan. That allocation was identified and is needed to meet the shortfall that's been identified in demand for this material over the period of the Northumberland local plan. So that runs until 2036. So, you know, as set out in the report, you know, the application is supported by the Northumberland local plan in principle, and that should be given full weight. In relation to Greenbelt, the site sits wholly within the Greenbelt. Paragraph 150 of the MPPF is relevant in the context of this, with it being a mineral site, and that sets out that certain forms of development are not inappropriate in the Greenbelt, provided that they preserve its openness and do not conflict with the purposes of including land within it. And minerals extraction and engineering operations are two of the forms of development identified in that paragraph as not being inappropriate development within the Greenbelt. The site at the moment has, has an open character. The site compound and the flood bund are going to be the main elements of the scheme that would affect the openness from a Greenbelt perspective. The location of the compound adjacent to the existing industrial development mitigates the visual impact to a degree and also limits the openness, the impact of the openness on the Greenbelt. The mineral extraction itself would not result in any features that are above the existing ground level, and the restoration would also preserve the openness of the Greenbelt. So, having given consideration to paragraph 150 of the MPPF, it's considered that the proposed development would not be inappropriate in the Greenbelt. In relation to landscape and visual impact, the site's relatively featureless relatively featureless in sort of landscape terms, which is, I suppose, in contrast to some of the wider area where there are mature trees, hedgerows, woodland, and they're the kind of sort of key features in the surrounding area. And I think it's sort of evident as well that the Egger complex is very dominant in the landscape locally. So, in terms of the assessment, the development, would introduce a change into that landscape that is out of character with what's there at the moment. It is, there would be a change in land cover and land use as extraction progresses. So you're changing from arable farmland to a lake. The landscape and visual impact assessment that was submitted with the application identifies that would be significant adverse effects from some places surrounding the site, and that includes Anick and Oakwood, which have an elevated location overlooking the site from the side of the valley. And those significant adverse effects would be, in terms of visual impacts, would be experienced during the site working. But those would turn to sort of beneficial effects once the site's restored. There's no visibility of the site from the historical core of Hexham, and there's also relatively limited visibility from the transport routes that pass through the surrounding area, because they're quite sort of low-lying. There's intervening buildings, vegetation, and generally, sort of due to the low-lying nature of the site on the valley bottom. In terms of residential amenity, if I cover sort of noise issues first. So in relation to sort of minerals workings, the advice and plan and practice guidance is that the noise from working should not exceed the background noise levels by 10 decibels, and in any event shouldn't exceed 55 decibels. The noise monitoring that's been done from the applications shows that those limits would not be exceeded, and there would be no exceedance of that 55 decibel limit at the nearest receptors around the site. Public Protection have been consulted on the application and have raised no objections, subject to conditions to control the working hours and the noise levels. The site also has, it's proposed to have a site environmental management plan, which would be controlled by condition. And within that environmental management plan, there would be a noise management plan and a noise monitoring plan as well. In relation to dust and air quality, the sensitive receptors around the site are identified as being a residential property called the Timbers, which is to the north of the extraction area within the Hoffland. The effects there are assessed as being slight. There's the Oaklands Care Facility, which is along Enoch Road. The effects there in terms of dust and air quality are negligible, and the effects have also been assessed at Enoch View, and again the results of the assessment indicate that the effects are negligible. In relation to sort of particulate levels, those levels are well below the levels that would affect human health and are also kind of considered negligible through the environmental assessment. Again, Public Protection have been consulted on dust-related issues and have raised no objections. The site management plan, again, that would be controlled by condition, would include operational measures to manage dust on a day-to-day basis, and the site operator would need to sort of employ those and to be able to manage the sort of dust and air quality issues from the site, and those would follow industry best practice. Yeah. Next up, in relation to the transport and access considerations, in terms of vehicle movements, there would be an average of 100 movements in and out of the site per day. So that's 50 movements in, 50 movements out. And there would be up to a maximum of 70 movements per day out of the site. So that would be 70 in, 70 out, 140 in total. And there would also, so that's Monday to Friday. Saturday would be an average of 25 loaded movements out, and a maximum of 35 loaded movements out. On the previous slides, I've described the access route that would be used and the route that would be used for vehicles. So it would be a left turn out of the site along Enoch Road and Ferry Road, right onto Rotary Way, and then onwards onto the A69. The proposed access itself is considered to be suitable and acceptable for the development. The site compound would have enough space for HGVs to manoeuvre in there and turn, and there will be car and cycle parking provided on site. Highways have recommended a pre-commencement condition for the site in relation to the off-site highway works that need to be undertaken to widen a section of Enoch Road between the site access and the car park at Egger. That the purpose of that widening is to allow the HGVs to more easily pass each other within that section of highway. In relation to other road users, I think it's worth mentioning sort of both cyclists and pedestrians. So in relation to cyclists, there's an on-road section of the Hadrian Cycleway which uses Amenity Road. So that's been assessed as part of the proposal, and I think sort of generally sort of accepted that the proposed widening as part of the works will help to sort of address some of the potential conflict issues there. The widening works in relation to sort of pedestrians will replace the existing footpath that exists between Eggers Car Park and the Oaklands Care Home. There isn't currently a footway along the remainder of Amenity Road towards the business park. Within the designs for that scheme at the moment, the road widening scheme that is, there would be an allowance for a footway along that section. So, you know, there is some future proofing of that there. So a footway could be added at a later date. In relation to the A69 junction and the Rotary Way Ferry Road junction, those junctions have been assessed as part of the application. There are no objections from our Highways Development Management team, and there are no objections from National Highways either. The level of trip generation from the scheme would not lead to a detrimental impact on the operation of those junctions, is the conclusion of those consultations. So in effect the uplift of movements on there versus the vehicles that are already using those junctions has been assessed, and that's the conclusion that has been reached on that. Turning now to ecology, the site at the moment's mainly large areas of arable land, so you know the ecological values sort of generally low. There would be some impacts though from the extraction, but the proposed hedgerow planting and the creation of a skylark plot at the start of the development would provide some mitigation against those impacts. In the longer term, the restoration will provide habitat for wetland birds as well as habitats for kingfisher and sand martin. And in relation to the DEFRA's biodiversity net gain, the applicant's been able to sort of demonstrate that a significant biodiversity net gain will be delivered on site over the lifetime of the development. As part of that biodiversity net gain, there's a requirement for a 30-year retention, management and monitoring of the habitats that are created. So on completion of the whole site, there will be monitoring in years 2, 5, 10, 20 of that, and monitoring reports would need to be produced by the site operator, and that would include any recommendations for remedial actions to ensure that the agreed habitats and the conditions are achieved, and those reports would be submitted to the planning authority for our approval. Turning now onto the flood risk issue. The scheme is in flood zone 3, so that's the flood zone with the highest probability of flooding. The site has potential to be impacted from flooding from the River Tyne as well as flooding from other sources, including, for example, sort of surface water flooding and flooding from a small water course that runs across the northern part of the application area. The application has been supported by flood risk assessment, and extensive flood modelling has been undertaken by the applicant, which is been assessed by the Environment Agency as part of the consultation on this application. That flood modelling work models two core sort of baseline scenarios. So that's the retention of the EA flood embankment that runs along the edge of the River Tyne, and also the second scenario is the removal of that EA flood embankment. in summary, the conclusion of that work is that the proposed development would not increase the flood risk within or outside the site. The modelling work shows a reduction in flow rates downstream in the model scenarios during flood events. Therefore, under those scenarios, there's a reduction in flood risk compared to the existing baseline. In terms of surface water, during rainfall events, that would essentially be sort of captured by the excavation that would be created. And as referred to earlier, the Environment Agency and the lead local authority have not raised any objections on the proposed scheme. In relation to consideration of cultural heritage, the main considerations identified relate to indirect effects on the settings of listed buildings in the surrounding area. So the assessment indicates that the application would fail to preserve the settings of Brofront Castle, which is Grade 1 listed, the Apple Store and Potting Shed at Brofront, which is Grade 2 listed, the Gardener's Cottage, which is Curtis listed in that area, Brofront Woodhead House, the Farm Buildings and Cart Shed, which are Grade 2 listed, Enoch Farmhouse and Home Away, which are on to the north of the site, and Red Lion Cottage, which is to the south of the site on the A695. That assessment indicates that the level of harm would be less than substantial. So, in line with the Northumberland Local Plan Policy and the MPPF, what we're required to do is balance the degree of harm against the public benefits of the proposed scheme. So in the conclusions in the report, we've concluded that the benefits of the scheme would outweigh that identified harm on those heritage assets mentioned. In relation to the agricultural land, this site is best and most versatile agricultural land. It's grades 2 and 3A. The proposed development would result in the loss of 36.6 hectares of best and most versatile land due to the working method that would be proposed. So there's a wet working method here, and the restoration would be to a lake. So that agricultural land would be lost as a result of this proposal. So as part of the application, what we've had to do is assess the wider economic and other benefits of best and most versatile agricultural land, and balance that against the benefits of the proposed development. In relation to contamination, just want to sort of pick up that some specific pollutants have been identified in the groundwater of the site. They're linked to agriculture, the industry nearby, but there's also some heavy metals linked with the mining that took place elsewhere in the Tyne catchment. So they're at levels that are detectable under kind of laboratory conditions. What the ground modelling work shows is that the proposed development wouldn't alter the pathways that those pollutants can currently take. So it won't, it's not going to significantly alter the groundwater flow regime in the area and the hydraulic gradient towards the River Tyne. So any pollutant in the groundwater can pass into the River Tyne at present, and it will kind of continue to do so as part of the development. The proposal won't change that. Under the Environment Agency permit for the site, the operator will need to undertake continued monitoring of the groundwater, and will also need to sort of undertake regular sampling of the silt from the processing operations. That silt's going to be placed back on the edges of the restored lake to create the 1 in 5 slope along the southern edge. So they need to test that to ensure that there aren't elevated levels of those pollutants in there, and then those pollutants end up in the lake and then kind of pass through into the wider environment. In relation to kind of the stability issues, there's stability assessments being taken as well as an avulsion assessment to look at the possible risk of the River Tyne cutting through the riverbank and into the workings. Generally, what that's shown is that the standoff that's been proposed to that embankment is sufficient, and there's no increased risk of the River Tyne kind of breaking through as a result of the workings. There is some risk where were the Tyne to overtop and breach through there, where the actual excavation's taken place and there's a 1 and 2 slope, there's a potential for the floodwaters to undercut locally within that, but the risks are relatively low, and that would be mitigated in part by creating the 1 and 5 slope as part of the progressive restoration of the site along there. In relation to sort of the site restoration proposals themselves, due to the method of work, and it's proposed that a water body is created as part of the restoration. That would be delivered in a phased manner, as I've already mentioned, and not all left until final extraction is completed in year 25 of the proposed development. It delivers net gains for biodiversity and generally sort of considered to be appropriate and meets the requirements of Policy Min 3 in the Northumberland Local Plan. In relation to the socio-economic effects, it's also relevant to consider the employment that would be created on site, both kind of direct and indirect. So the figures provided by the applicant are there would be 10 full-time jobs on site, plus 2 at the company's headquarters in Prudhoe. There would also be employment that doesn't include sort of employment in the haulage sector as well. That would be associated with the transportation of the extracted mineral, as well as kind of some of the indirect economic benefits from the scheme. It's also sort of relevant to consider the supply of material to the construction industry, which is seen as being beneficial, and the support that would provide to the delivery of housing and infrastructure projects in both in Northumberland and the wider region. I think on this topic, concerns have been raised about the impact on tourism and the visitor economy in a number of the representations that have been made. As set out in the report, there's relatively limited visibility of the site from the key transport routes that pass through the area. The site can't be seen from both the historic core of Hexham, historic core of Corbridge, from the OMB, from the Hadrian's Wall World Heritage Site as well. So, we've concluded that we think that those effects are acceptable in planning terms. In relation to climate change, as set out in the report, the applications looked at both the emissions from the development, what those levels would be, but has also kind of looked at the resilience of the proposed development to climate change in terms of a whole range of things as a result of the change in weather patterns and such like, and that's set out in the report. So just sort of by way of kind of bringing all that to a close and summarising, the site's allocated for sand and gravel extraction in the Northumberland Local Plan. It would meet an identified need over the plan period, and this consideration is important and should be given full weight in the decision on the application. The other main considerations that weigh in favour of the application are the contribution that the mineral will make to providing a steady and adequate supply of the mineral to meet demand from the construction industry. the employment that will be provided on site, and the biodiversity net gains as part of the progressive restoration of the site. The main considerations that weigh against the proposed development are the loss of best and most versatile agricultural land, the harm to the setting of the designated heritage assets that I mentioned earlier, and the landscape and visual impact during the operational phase of development. So on the best and most versatile agricultural land issue, it's the allocation in the Northumberland local plan demonstrates that it's necessary to develop the site to meet the identified need over the plan period, and as set out in the report on balance, it's considered that the benefits of the proposed development would outweigh the benefits and the loss of the best and most versatile agricultural land. In relation to the harm to the settings of the listed buildings, we've considered the public benefits that would arise from the development, and consider that the public benefits would outweigh the less than substantial harm to the significance of those heritage assets and their settings. In relation to the landscape and visual impact issue, it's recognised that there would be some significant adverse effects during the operational phase of development. These will become beneficial following restoration as the planting proposed as part of the works matures. It's therefore considered that the benefits of the scheme would outweigh the impacts and the level of harm identified in relation to landscape and visual considerations. Greenbelt, just to summarise, we said that we consider an assessment that it's not inappropriate. In relation to flood risk, it would not increase flood risk elsewhere, and the development can be made safe during the lifetime of the development. There are no objections from the Environment Agency or the lead local authority. In relation to noise and dust effects, they're considered to be acceptable in terms of the relevant policies on those matters. Ecology and biodiversity, the proposal would include appropriate mitigation and would lead to significant biodiversity net gain. In relation to the highways matters, finally, the impacts of the proposed movements have been considered. Off-site highway works would be required as a result of development, and a condition would be proposed to require these works to take place before the extraction commences. So, in conclusion, the plan and balance weighs in favour of the proposed development, and the recommendation is to grant plan permission subject to conditions. That concludes my presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for that full and detailed report. We now come to the section of public speaking. We have we've got 4 public speakers on this application. On the objectors slot, we've got John Halliday and Mary Jordan. And then for local councillors, county councillors, we've got Nick Oliver who wishes to speak. And then speaking in support of the application, we've got Katie Wood. So I would like to invite John Halliday and Mary Jordan to speak for no more than 5 minutes. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, councillors. This site is in the green belt, and any operation within it must preserve its openness and not conflict with the purposes for which it was included. The NPPF includes the following purpose for green belts, quote, to preserve the setting and special character of historic towns. This council's strategic approach to green belts specifically states that they will be protected to preserve the setting and special character of Hexham, Corbridge and Morpeth. This scheme fails to conform with both national and local policies. And as experienced councillors, you'll be aware of the growing trend of planning committees to refuse quarry applications in green belts, often voting against the advice of their officers. In 1990, a very similar application relating to Enoch Grange was refused on appeal. The government inspector gave 2 reasons. With a 10-year land bank at that time, he said he could see no present need. The current North East land bank is 15 years, giving even less cause for this application. He also said that the Grade 2 agricultural land, of which there is only 3% in Northumberland, was a national resource which should be protected. Both of the inspector's reasons for refusal are as sound now as they went there. We need far more wheat than we need sand and gravel, and it can be produced with a fraction of the emissions caused by the haulage of minerals. The local family who farmed it for generations should be allowed to continue to make their valuable contribution to the community. This application also fails to satisfy the cornerstone of the NPPF, sustainability. One economic test asks if it is the right type of land in the right place at the right time. No, it's in a green belt. It lies in a floodplain which is known to flood disastrously, and the time is not right, as there is no present need. An objector said to me, "It's the wrong land, in the wrong place, at the wrong time." Asthma is on the rise among the young. A mother living nearby with an asthmatic child is terrified by the danger of wind-borne silica. This application will have disastrous long-term consequences. 4,000 people objected. Okay, carry on.
I speak as chairman of Corbridge Flood Action Group. I represent 85 dwellings in the flood zone of Corbridge, 2 miles south of this development. You have not addressed how this project takes away the soak away upstream from our community, and you have not addressed embankments to stop this water coming into the Tyne, not the other way round, like you have suggested. After Storm Desmond, the Environment Agency told us about efforts up and down the UK where farmers were letting their land act as soakaways for flood communities. Yet here in Northumberland, in our flood zone 3, they're putting a massive gravel pit the size of Hallington Reservoir. What is wrong with us? We've had 2 devastating floods downstream of this development. This report says it's safe, it's been modelled. Our protection at Corbridge was modelled in 2005, but when Storm Desmond came, the model failed. The defences didn't work, and they said, oh, the river was higher. It went in a different direction. We didn't predict that rainfall. So much for modelling. How can we trust modelling? The planners are not even making sure that the pit has got properly engineered banks. We know the impact of having tons of extra water in the river. Kielder has actually lowered their water level because the pain it caused us when we were flooded last time was massive. 4 Olympic swimming pools from that site could flood down the river. We have had 2 massive 1 in 100 storm events in 10 years, massive floods, 2 metres of water in our home, threat to life, property damage, financial loss, business loss, job loss, displacement. 85 households have experienced these issues, not a few kingfishers. We are a devastating case study right on the doorstep of this development. I beg you not to agree to this proposal. Uphold the protection that we have at the moment and do your best to keep us safe. Keep our soak away. Do not increase our risk.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. Just before I start, can I just say I'm making representations on behalf of residents in my ward, Sandho Parish Council, and Trevor Sesford, the councillor in Hexham. I've also had a message of support from Suzanne Fairless-Aitken, councillor in Hexham East. So, councillors, as you make this important decision about a 25-year quarrying site, thank you for the opportunity to raise the concerns of local residents, which can be summarised as the wrong size in the wrong place. As you know, an application on the same site was refused after public inquiry in '92. Future supply. Paragraph 213 of the National Planning Policy Framework requires us to maintain a steady supply of at least 7 years and ensuring that large land banks bound up in very few sites do not stifle competition. We appear to be going much further than this to beyond 2043, 3 times longer than is required, and we already have permitted reserves to 2033. Furthermore, our own local aggregates assessment published in April shows a shortfall to 2036 of only 746,000 tonnes, and this application is nearly 8 times greater at 5.8 million tonnes. It seems that we are proposing to dig up Northumberland to supply our neighbouring counties. Traffic. Up to 140 20-tonne wagons, not spread evenly through the day at the junction between Ferry Road and the A6079, will cause problems. Large wagons from Egger already use this junction, and the cumulative effect crossing the traffic coming into Hexham could be dangerous and could cause tailbacks onto the A69. Over £26 million has just been spent upgrading the adjacent roundabout on the 69, and a new roundabout has been installed to serve Lidl, McDonald's and the Travel Lodge on the bunker site. This area is already creaking and will get worse when work starts on Egger expansion site and the new industrial estate next to that. This road also forms part of the Hadrian Cycleway, or National Route 72, and is already one of the worst sections on that 170-mile route. We should be taking the opportunity to find a permanent solution to these problems now and to provide safe pedestrian access from the industrial estates into Hexham. Instead, it's likely that this will have to be done later at the Northumberland ratepayers' expense. I'm pleased to see the wagons, however, that won't be able to go through Corbridge because they simply wouldn't pass through Trinity Terrace. Tourism and character. Our local plan states tourism makes a significant contribution to the economy, particularly in the west. This site is situated where the valley is most open and adjacent to Hadrian's Wall at the gateway, and is close to heritage assets at Corbridge Roman Town, Beaufront Castle and in Hexham. If this application is granted, we will lose over 90 acres of prime agricultural land at a time when UK agricultural self-sufficiency is more important than it has been since World War II. Residents of Sandow and Ainick to the north and Ainick View to the south will spend the next 25 years looking down on a quarry. As you can imagine, they're not happy. Flood risk. Residents in Corbridge have had their homes and businesses flooded in 2005 and again by Storm Desmond in 2015. People are understandably wary of the assurances in the report. Please clarify what's happening to the existing flood embankment, which clearly did not work in 2015. Photos show the whole valley floor covered in deep water. Is there a risk from water from the new lake will join with water from the Tyne to worsen a flood event? And should the lake being created be subject to the much stricter regulations of the Reservoir Act? Dust, noise and silicosis. Issues of harm to health from the dust, including the risk of silicosis, have been raised. Although a wet working quarry, is there a risk to local residents? A 10.5-hour working day is proposed. Will local residents suffer noise throughout that period? Environmental and conservation concerns. Much is made in the report about environmental and conservation remediation, and I have visited Halton Strother to see the wild birds. This is a much larger site in a more open and strategically important location, and concerns are twofold. What is the risk of contamination from quarry activities into the river course, and what controls will be in place to ensure that this doesn't happen? After the quarrying operations are complete, who will be responsible for remediation works, the ongoing conservation costs, and how will this be enforced? Councillors, I urge you not to grant this permission unless and until you are satisfied that these concerns have been properly addressed.
Thank you, Chairman. Ainick Grange was allocated for sand and gravel extraction by Northumberland County Council and included in the recently adopted Northumberland Local Plan. The allocation was fully considered at the examination in public with a specialist mineral inspector appointed by the government. He heard directly from residents regarding their concerns, and having considered all of this, he concluded that the site should be allocated. The principle of mineral extraction has therefore been established through your local plan. What must now be considered in detail is the impacts of the scheme. Through the environmental impact process, Thompsons have worked to identify all these impacts and ensure that they are mitigated within the scheme. This has included impacts of noise and air quality on the local residents, the visual impacts associated with the site, and the treatment of the lake edges, to name but a few. All operations will be undertaken in accordance with established good practice. That said, we realise that good practice will change over the life of this site. We have therefore put together an operational management plan and an environmental management plan, which is designed to be reviewed through the life of the site to ensure that the operations and the restoration of the site are carried out in accordance with good practice. To pick up on a couple of specific issues, highways, discussed at yesterday's site visit, and particularly the operational capacity of Ferry Road and the junction of Ferry Road and Rotary Way. This junction was considered in detail through the reports that supported your local plan. The conclusion was that the vehicle movements associated with this mineral extraction would not make that junction worse. Our work supported this conclusion and identified that there was a need to widen a short section of Ferry Road that sits in between our site entrance and Eggers entrance. This has been included within the application, and as you will see, there are conditions requiring Thompsons to widen this section of road. This will benefit all users of Ferry Road, now and in the future, when your employment allocation is developed. To turn to another matter, specifically to flooding, the site has been extensively modelled, and the Environment Agency have determined not to object to the application. I would feel sure that if the Environment Agency thought there was a chance that we were to increase flooding further downstream, they would have objected. That said, we have and will continue to talk to the Environment Agency to undertake any works in order to protect in the future any houses further downstream and do works that they believe is necessary. Thompsons is a respected local firm and local employer who take pride in their sites. They have recently successfully worked and restored Horton Strother, a sand and gravel site on the North Tyne. Your officer showed you pictures of them before. This was originally a very similar site to Amenity and is now a large wetland area that is considered to be of county importance for migrating and breeding wildfowl. The intention is to bring all of that experience of successfully operating and storing this site to Amenity Grange, to create something that will quickly result in biodiversity gains by creating a variety of habitats based on a wetland area and be a positive resource in years to come. You will be aware that the character of this Hoffland will change in the coming years, and not just because of this mineral extraction. The land to the north of this site has been removed from the Greenbelt and has been allocated for employment purposes in your local plan. Again, your officer showed you a plan of this right at the beginning. The operational and restored lake has a potential to create an open, biodiverse landscape that can form the backdrop to the continued development on the edge of Hexham. To conclude, minerals can only be worked where they are found. Ecology is one such location. It is a site that is allocated for mineral extraction in the local plan, for which there are no technical consultee objections to the detail of the proposals, and therefore it fully complies with your local plan and the MPPF. In the absence of any other material consideration, permission should not be withheld, and the MPPF states that the planning permission should be granted accordingly. We would therefore hope that you will support your officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, at this point I'm going to ask Rob Murphin, our Director of Planning, to respond to some of the issues raised during the public speaking section. Rob, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. First of all, can I say we've had a very lengthy presentation on this item, but I do sincerely think it warrants it. We are talking about a major application, and minerals applications do have, a significant potential impact on local areas. Firstly, can I just set out a clear principle? Okay. On a very large, complex scheme like this, the planning process is very much one of triangulation, looking at different specialist technical views, seeing if any contradict each other, and then evaluating whether the benefit of a scheme outweighs the harm. This is a really important concept because in this case, I'll come on to this shortly, the Environment Agency has not objected to this scheme. Members may recall that on some minerals applications, the Environment Agency does object to schemes, and those then come forward with recommendations for refusal from officers. So a starting point is also to remember that if we're going to place weight on the views of statutory bodies, such as the Environment Agency, and base refusals on them, we should accordingly place weight when they say they have no objection to a scheme. Okay. To run through very quickly some of the points raised in the public speakers. Greenbelt. A basic concept is the difference between appropriate and inappropriate development. We have a robust approach to greenbelt in this county, and we refuse many applications on greenbelt grounds. Minerals extraction is considered not to be an inappropriate greenbelt use. Government made that decision explicitly. Okay. In terms of the previous decision by the Planning Inspectorate to dismiss an appeal some decades ago, yes, that was the case. However, the Planning Inspectorate also, remember, went through the public examination on the new local plan on the basis of policy as it is in 2022 and the evidence that was given to the Planning Inspectorate. They did take the view that this site was needed. So that's a difference in the Planning Inspectorate's view from the 1990s, and that is in black and white. Okay. In terms of sustainability, okay, and this cuts across several issues. Sustainability should be at the heart of every planning decision. And unlike where we can choose where things go in terms of, say, new housing development, it is very much the case that we can only see minerals extracted where they are by accident of geology. And the logical follow-on from that is as well, and this is true up and down the country, that geology gives you landscape. So almost as a consequence of a certain type of geology being present, for example, sand and gravel in lowland river valleys, you get a landscape from that, which can be valued in the same way, say, limestone, you often get with upland topography. Okay. So the idea that it's the wrong site needs to be seen in terms of the geology and the strategic need. Okay. The issues about flood zone, and this is perhaps the one where it bites the most in terms of the Environment Agency view. As I've said in my introduction, we have refused at this very committee applications for minerals where the Environment Agency have not been happy with it. And we placed significant weight on their views. Here, exhaustive work on modelling has taken place, and while they are not saying this will be a magical device to improve the situation, they will say effectively it's going to be marginally net positive. In other words, it won't make it worse, and there'll be a marginal benefit in terms of addressing flood risk. Okay. Right. I think you will be thinking a lot about need, and Councillor Oliver also talked about, do we need this length of supply? This issue was tackled head-on in the examination in public, and that, though, I would say is somewhat an abstract. So in the abstract, the local plan says, yes, we need more sand and gravel. Also, a thing called the local aggregates assessment, which is a strategic analysis carried out at the sub-regional level, also supports the need for minerals extraction for sand and gravel. The important on-the-ground issue we've got is that it is absolutely the case that we are seeing a lot of growth in this county. We have an annual housing target of 650 net new homes per year. We are currently delivering, and we have done for the last 6 years, an average of 250% of that total. Okay? At the same time, with the county's aspiration to create more jobs in the county and our economic promotion work, we have also, including the local plan, a 600% increase over historical trend of the amount of employment land being released. All these houses and all these jobs need concrete for their construction, and sand and gravel is primarily used in concrete. Okay. So When you hear messages, again in the national abstract, about 300,000 new homes for the country, it has a direct impact, yes. And in terms of sustainability, being as that sand and gravel is, with all respect, a low-value, high-weight good, it is not sustainable to be transporting it long distances. And given that this county is seeing a lot of economic growth and housing growth, this is why the government inspector concurred with the view that there is the need for sand and gravel in this county. Okay. In terms of agricultural land, yeah, I think this is one question we've all got to toy with in the same way as when you build houses on agricultural land. And it's the need for one land use above another. Okay. The view is that there's objective evidence for the need for sand and gravel, and it will consume agricultural land. Health risk, just to go back to triangulation point, yes, it is a concern about issues such as noise, dust, etc. All those issues have been looked at by our public protection team, again, who recommend refusal, and we refuse them on the grounds where there's unacceptable impact. So here it's found to be, I say, acceptable. And then finally, the views on the impact on ecology. Up and down the country, it is fair to say, without over-egging it, that properly worked mineral sites do offer significant opportunities in terms of improving biodiversity on sites. So all in all, I'd concur with the case officer's assessment here. And that, but I would add on to it, though, this is a difficult decision because mineral sites are controversial, almost by their inherent nature. And it is a classic case of the country and sub-regions need the material, but there is always going to be an argument to point somewhere else where it should be sourced from because of its controversial nature. Thank you, Chair.
Right, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, we now come to the point where I ask you if you've got any questions of our officers, but I am going to steal the first question. And the question is to our highways man, Michael. You know, it is a very busy junction, Ferry Road, where Ferry Road meets Rotary Way, where these HGVs are going to be crossing. You know, and I just want you to confirm for me again that we have the capacity. That junction can take those 50 HGVs in and 50 HGVs out, but also ask you, you know, are there any plans to upgrade this junction in the future?
All right. With regards to this development and the impact it has on the junction at Rotary Way and Ferry Road, as part of the assessment, the transport assessment was undertaken, and they used baseline surveys to calculate how many vehicles were actually travelling through that junction. And accounts were undertaken both in 2018 and 2021. And the figures came back that for the peak hour, there's movements of two-way movements of in the region of 550 through that junction in that hour. This development's only going to add another 5 during that time. So really that's the peak time. Obviously the survey took out the full 7 days and the over a 7-day period, full 24 hours. But in the peak hours, which is when it's busiest, that's how it's busy at that time. There's only actually 5 movements from this development going through that. So the view was taken that it doesn't actually have a detrimental impact on the operations of that junction.
And, you know, my question about, have we got any road improvements scheduled for the future? Maybe when EGG is expanding, or?
When EGG expands, obviously we'll have to go through the whole process again of getting the junction assessed for any movements that it's created by that as well. So that will be taken into account then.
Thank you.
Chair, what I can add in terms of the local plan is, in the presentation I mentioned there, is an employment land allocation on, further down at Harwood Meadows. So as part of the local plan process, the transport assessment that was done as part of that does identify that there would be a need to look at mitigation at that junction in the future. But it all depends on the employment use that ends up on that site and the vehicle movements associated with that end use, because it's allocated for employment uses, but that could be, for example, an office development, which would have a very different impact on highway movements in comparison to, say, a warehouse development or, a development sort of similar to Egger, which is down there. So, that local plan document and that evidence base that supported the local plan does recognise that future mitigation is required at that junction, and it's likely to reach kind of a tipping point with that employment land allocation. But again, it all comes down to the detail of what's actually proposed as part of that and what vehicle movements would be associated with whatever development happens on that site.
To speak, yes?
Yes, local knowledge, and if there's one weakness in this application, it's what's just been referred to, that junction. It's bad at the moment. I'm told it's even worse from the new roundabout, the little, etc. The regular tailbacks right the way up to the roundabout. If you were relying on cables across the road to give you numbers, it's not quite accurate. You need to go and view that junction, because it happened to us yesterday on the site visit. When we were coming down from the roundabout, we had to stop because the cars allow the vehicle, the big HGVs from Egger out. And it's a regular occurrence on that junction that there is a bump or two. However, my question is, the A69 and the road, the Enoch Road, virtually kiss each other, on the site where the extraction site entrance is. Is now not the time to speak with people and say we could actually make a run in and a run off out of this area, which, if Egger does expand, if the industrial thing, was that ever looked at? Because local knowledge will tell you that your data will not be quite right on that junction. I've seen it, I've witnessed it, and I use that whole area quite regular. Anybody will tell you that the vehicles stop to allow wagons out, and that's really not acceptable. Thank you.
You don't answer that one now? Wait, so I was going to wait until we had more. All right, two issues there, and I think you've, again, made some good points there, Councillor Dodds. Every type of development, from building one house up to building 1,000 houses, has a traffic impact. Government is extraordinarily clear now, since the publication of the National Planning Policy Framework, that we should only look to refuse developments if there is an identified severe impact. Okay, and that's the reason why the presentation from officers and what's in the report is set out effectively saying that the impact will be, marginal at best and low numbers. The same thinking flows through into doing wider highway interventions, because, it could be the case that Egger will be expanded significantly, and it could be the issue that the employment land allocations, which are now formally in the plan, could be built out. However, those are two uncertainties. And at the moment, the vehicle loading isn't enough to justify a new junction point. It may be in the future, but unfortunately, there are lots of highway schemes that could be carried out on the basis of potential of what if. We have to wait until we do hit a trigger point on this, unfortunately. But, okay.
Thank you. Councillor Georgina Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm not going to mention any of the downsides and the concerns expressed because I'm satisfied in my mind that there's significant harm in this development across a package of areas from flooding, visual impact, highways, public health and so on. So then we get to the old favourite, the harm versus benefit argument. And I would expect to see, given the recommendation, significant benefit to outweigh the harm. So I would expect tens of thousands of jobs, not 10, 12, not even clear if they're new jobs. Regarding the supply, I'm looking at the various figures. We talk about 12-year supply, and it's not the kind of thing where, you know, in 20 years' time we're going to run out of something and it takes 20 years to procure it, so we need to act now. It doesn't looking at that time scale. So I would expect to say we need to do this now or there's going to be supply shortage, and nothing in this report has established that. So my question is, could I have some more commentary on the benefit that outweighs, in my mind, the significant harm, and also the people are benefiting is this company who's taking a big chunk of the land, and they're going to benefit it from it. So why isn't there any Section 106 or any other proposal for planning gain?
Chair, if I can respond to that one. Yeah, and you are clearly following through the logic we go through time and time again at training sessions about planning being a matter of harm versus benefit. Okay. The only difficulty I would push back on your statements made there is that your assertions of harm on flooding, on highways, and on public health are absolutely not supported by any of the relevant statutory consultees. So you've got a scale of harm that does not have things in it where there is, I mean, you can assert there's going to be harm, but you can assert there's going to be harm for every application. So this is where we have to look to triangulation. And that's why I made the point very carefully that if the Environment Agency are not backward in coming forward in terms of articulating their concerns or objecting where they think there is need for it. So after a process, a very lengthy technical process, which was also subject to environmental impact assessment, these areas of alleged harm have not been identified. Therefore, there is the assumption that you do not need to have on the other side corresponding offset benefits, because there is nothing to offset. So then you look at what are the assumed generic benefits, and those have been looked at during the local plan process, which led to the site's allocation. And those, okay, the company will benefit, but actually the construction of housing in the county and the construction of employment, and remember as well, infrastructure like new roads, utilities provision, renewable energy schemes, all require concrete. So therefore, there is an implied benefit through economic development in itself. And this quarry is part of a supply chain. Just as you need bricks to build houses, you need sand and gravel to build development. Okay? So there's an implicit benefit, and it's not a front line. So it's not the same benefit as saying if you build a new hospital, there will be a public benefit. This is further down the chain of building a new hospital. But to build new hospitals, the logic is that you need concrete, and therefore you need sand and gravel. Okay.
But can a very quick comeback, but you're not saying that statutory consultees are providing some sort of objective truth that you can't challenge a question, have a different opinion on.
But I would say though, if you, the whole nature of planning decisions is you have to have a degree of trust in the exhaustive process that's taken place. And the verification of that and the falsifiability of the statement I'm going to make is that we do refuse applications. So you're either going to be satisfied that we use technical consultees to their proper ability and we follow through their logic if they are concerned. But equally, we have to place weight on their conclusions that they are not objecting. So what you're saying, the risk is that you're saying that just through sitting in this room, that you feel that you have the ability to say that the Environment Agency or our public protection teams are wrong in their technical advice.
Thank you.
I mean, you basically, one of the issues, and there's a package of concerns, going on site yesterday and knowing similar developments and industrial and vehicle movements, you don't need to be any expert to say this is going to be an absolute nightmare for residents with all the vehicle movements. You don't need any expertise. You need the eyes in your head and
I would agree.
and experience of past history.
Well, the thing is, with all due respect, you loaded the statement there by saying a nightmare with it. It is the case, though, that building anything from one house upwards will have an impact on trip generation. What you have to ask yourself is, will the adverse impact of that or any other element of this scheme that we're looking at it have an impact which is, both, again, I'll use the phrasing from the National Planning Policy Framework, the government's position on this, is both significant and demonstrable. Every single application, there's often concerns about highways impact. So we do not refuse every single application on highways impact, but we refuse it where it is warranted. Okay, and that's the evidential burden of proof on the assertion that something's either acceptable or not acceptable.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, the 106 issue, yes. Section 106 is showing, actually I'm glad you raised that, is that the benefits from the scheme are you could argue, are the long-term ecological management of the site for 30 years after completion, okay? And equally, though, you can argue that there are benefits to the wider economy. I would suggest one thing, though, and looking at the site and hearing the debate, and actually what's happened outside the planning process is that we are hopefully close to getting support from government for our what's called our LC WIP, which is our local cycling and walking investment plan, which is trying to realise the long-held ambition of connecting Hexham to Corbridge with a high-quality cycle route. That is still work in progress, so we can't actually secure any element of it as part of this. But I will be suggesting that if members are agreeable to this scheme, that we add on another condition that requires the company to submit a scheme in which will show either they will help either through land or financially to the achievement of that long-term cycle route. Because that passes the test of being directly relatable to this scheme, which is important for Section 106. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon-Stewart.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You're absolutely right. It was a very thorough report by the officer. Reassure the public that there's lots of concerns being raised by them. We have read them online as well. I wasn't able to make a site visit yesterday. I was in a meeting, but I was born and brought up in that area, so I know the area very well, and I still pass there. 25 years is a long time. Some nice images prepared by the officer there. But what will be the impact upon the residents in the short term, and where we'll all be in 25 years' time? The world will move on. So we spoke about issues about the road use, the dust. It's a windy area coming down the Tyne Valley there. The flood levels, looking at climate change. Have we got the capability as a council to monitor those issues there going forward? Because we've had before us in the past where we've had sites of similar nature where there's been concerns by residents raised about those issues there, particularly about the dust on regular occasions, and we haven't had the ability to look after the residents to see if there's any change there. And more specifically is a backup of vehicles on the site. Again, we get this where vehicles just turn up in mass. I appreciate it would be nice to have, if it does get plan permission, from all to be evenly spread out during the time. If we do get vehicles being backed up there, have we got somewhere for these vehicles to be parked up? That's something I think we should be considering after the application if it does get passed. And that road is blocked up on a regular basis. HGV overturned there a few weeks ago, just near the site, and the road was blocked for several hours. So it's reassurance about the monitoring in the area, and anyway, we're looking forward over 25 years what impact will have upon the residents.
Thank you. Can I just make one thing really clear? One of the reasons why mineral extraction is positioned as being an appropriate greenbelt use by government is that mineral extraction is regarded as a temporary use of land. and I think we all need to accept that 25 years is, a long temporary period. Okay, I'll ask Kevin to come in terms of what the conditions do about vehicle routing and movements. I can just say though that in terms of dust, though, I think that's a good point to raise, because I think the issue of silicosis was mentioned. From crushed rock sites for aggregates, you can have significant problems with dust that require sites to be closed down in very dry and windy conditions. I've dealt with in the past with a lot of wet sand and gravel sites, and you do not normally encounter problems because it's wet working with that. However, there are a range of conditions which cover these environmental impacts. But I'll bring Kevin in to talk about the actual highways conditions that are proposed.
Yeah, I'll come in first actually and deal with some of the environmental conditions, because I think there's a robust set of conditions that have been sort of proposed. If you reminded the Grand Planning Permission, that would be imposed on the on this application, and sort of one of those things is to have a site environmental management plan. So that would kind of cover a whole range of issues. Everything, noise and dust would be sort of two of the things that are included in there. So what you would sort of set out in there is the kind of day-to-day operational things the site operator would do to ensure that they're managing their operations to make sure that they're not giving rise to, fugitive dust. Similar with sort of noise, that they're, undertaking their operations, that it minimises the noise that's generated. It also includes provision in there for noise monitoring, where there's noise monitoring locations around the site. We'd require the operator to undertake noise monitoring on a periodic basis to check the noise levels from the site. There's also provision in there to, if there are complaints from those living nearby the site, how the operator should deal with those complaints and respond, and that's something that we would get involved with as well as the Mineral Plan Authority, and make sure that that's been actioned and implemented properly. We also undertake regular routine monitoring of all our mineral sites in the county. So we go out, sites such as this would probably go out maybe 4 to 6 times a year to go out and look around and see how the operations are progressing, but also kind of, observe to see what the operator's doing and whether they're following the sort of best practice. But we also can be reactive as well, and go out where there are issues and try to sort of nip some of those operational issues in the bud. And we can sort of stop working while some of those, until those things are remedied. In relation to the highways conditions, so there are conditions proposed that control the number of vehicle movements. There is also a condition that specifies the vehicle routing that should be taken. So I think on one of the slides I put the HGV routing plan up on the slide. That would be controlled by condition. So inward and outbound vehicles would use that route. Would also require the operator to put signage up on the site access road to instruct the drivers that they should be turning left when they're coming out of the site, so not going right towards Corbridge. They would turn left along Amenity Road. And again, within the site management plan, there would be there's a range of measures that we'd expect the operator to be taken both during the initial sort of site setup period and during the operational period, in terms of kind of standard practices such as going through the wheel wash, deploying a road sweeper, those type of actions, as well as the kind of routing criteria which we discussed. Thank you.
If I may, Chair, it's self-policing, but we think we have got facilities going forward for us to check on self-policing.
I guess that's a general principle of the planning system. We grant planning permission, but it's up to the site operator to comply with that. We have powers, and we will monitor and check that plan permission is being carried out
Could I
in
just
accordance.
add one slight variation to that? We handle more than 6,000 applications a year, and for the majority of them, we rely on self-policing or reports of complaints. For mineral site, though, we have the ability to do chargeable visits that we charge the company for, where we go and check their progression and that they are working in accordance with their approvals, and we do generally use that on mineral sites. So there's more of a weighting towards the proactive on mineral sites compared with conventional forms of development.
Question from Councillor Watts. Sorry, Christine.
Caroline. You'll get it right
I'm
one
sorry.
day. All right.
All this time and I still don't know your Christian name.
And it's because I'm so quiet and retiring. All right. So my question, I've got a concerns. We're looking at the contaminants into the river and stuff long term. I worry about that, the heavy metals, because once they're in there, you can't put the plug back in. So I'm worried about that. Obviously, there's no guarantees that the sand and gravel is going to stay local anyway. So as much as we need it, business doesn't work like that. It goes to the highest bidder. And also, who are we to believe about this flooding? Because we see all the models on the TV about from the whole of the Tyne Valley right the way to Tynemouth. All the coastal areas are going to be flooded in years to come. And then we're being told that this isn't going to have an impact here. I find that really hard to believe. We're having these once-in-a-lifetime flooding events happening every year. So if I was living in the area, I would have real concerns about this, because I know we're saying it shouldn't happen, but flooding patterns are changing so quickly, and I just really do have concerns about this. So how can we guarantee for them residents that there isn't going to be this impact? Thank you.
And I think you've hit the nail on the head and remember the point very succinctly there. Remember, though, we are not talking about an area that doesn't flood at the moment. We are talking about a scheme. I think it's fair to say when this proposal was originally mooted, some claims were made about it would have a strong beneficial effect on managing flood risk downstream from it. It's probably testimony to the amount of work that's been done with the Environment Agency that actually says, yes, it's going to be okay, and there will be some benefits, but the benefits will only be marginal. So, taking account of the area could flood anyway, what the EA are saying that this scheme, in isolation, will make it slightly better, will mitigate slightly, okay? And that is their position. And it's true that the Environment Agency are constantly reviewing their assumptions, because, yeah, you are right. We've seen repeated examples of once in 50-year floods happening, within one decade. But that's a different area that we're talking about in terms of this scheme in itself, though. They're saying we'll have a marginal benefit, okay? In terms of contamination, okay, remember what the geology is here. This is already a floodplain with sand and gravel that water, permeates through floods anyway. So what work's been done on is saying that given the fact it could leach out anyway material, is would this scheme make that worse? And by the use of the settling ponds and discharge ponds and the technical work that's been done, it's saying that the historical contamination of the site would not be made worse in terms of it leaching into watercourses by this scheme. And a lot of work was done on that to make sure that was going to be safe. Again, I would say, and I will try and stop playing the line, is that we do refuse applications for where the Environment Agency is either concerned about an issue, or importantly, to where the Environment Agency doesn't think it's got enough information to come to the conclusion whether it's safe or not. And we have refused schemes on the basis of that level of uncertainty in the past. So to be clear, the EA can say, it's okay, it's safe, but it's not safe. If it's safe, it's okay, we can approve it. To say it's not safe, we can refuse it. If they say we haven't got enough information or there's sufficient uncertainty, we will also refuse it in that circumstance. We are, though, fairly firmly in the category of saying that the EA are satisfied with the design of this scheme. Okay. So what I wouldn't want us to do is, I know I'm labouring this point, but I wouldn't want to come to a situation where we came to this committee and said we don't believe what the Environment Agency said, because that would argue for approving schemes that they'd objected to. So we have to be consistent in our treatment of their position.
Thank you. Did you answer the part about the heavy metals?
Yes, I did, about the contamination we looked at, yeah.
Martin, a question from you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Well, three things, really. First of all, I think I know the answer to this, but it's supposed to be a 25-year scheme. What kind of comfort can you give residents that at the end of 25 years, the developer will leave the site and it will be restored to its ecological value? I mean, I would assume that probably to the east, I suppose, of the end of the site, there probably is more sand and gravel there. It is all part of the floodplain after all, and there may be some concern that the quarry will just continue on. Second point was regard to the Rob you have raised with regard to the edge and cycle route. That section from Hexham to Corbridge, and I've cycled it, is, I think, probably the most dangerous part on the edge and cycle route. And obviously, if you've got a cycle route that has a link missing, it's a major problem. And I think Sustrans have now taken it off the kind of part of the route that says safe for families to cycle on. So actually, if we could put something from this scheme, and it seems appropriate because we are increasing the wagons on that part of the route, towards that off-road safe cycle route, that would be very welcome, I think, to many people in Hexham, Corbridge and the wider area. But my final question is with regard to flooding. Could you say that we know that climate change is increasing flooding year on year? We know that is happening. One day the levees that are around the outside of this site are going to be overtopped. Either going to be overtopped or they're going to be breached, and this site will flood. I mean, that's I don't think anybody disputes that fact. So firstly, is the modelling taking that into account, the Environment Agency modelling, however did the modelling taking that into account? And also, as a local planning authority, are we missing an opportunity here? Is it within our power to look at this and say, this should be positive for reducing flooding downstream, because we know that there are issues historically in quite recent period in Corbridge. Are we missing an opportunity? Is it within our power to do anything about that in terms of, like's been done above Morpeth here, to alleviate flooding further downstream?
Okay, I'll knock through these fairly quickly because we're going to be here very, very late otherwise. Yeah, it's a 25-year scheme, okay? Mineral sites, and we use restoration bonds, particularly on open cast coal schemes, for where they do not get finished off properly. The benefit of a sand and gravel scheme like this, and particularly the way it's designed with phased restoration, means effectively that as the sites work through, if the company has to stop at any point, goes bankrupt at any point, or we say enough's enough, you've gone way beyond 25 years, the site will have been restored up to that point anyway. Unlike some notable problems we've had with open cast coal companies doing going bankrupt or doing a runner, and you're left with the largest void, potentially once all the coal's taken out. Okay, so I'm happy we can control that.
Yeah, just to add to that point, Rob, there is a condition proposed where we're asking for some annual reporting to be done by the operator as well. So as part of that, they will sort of set out in that report what progress with restoration's been made, and how those habitats have been established. So that kind of allows a little bit of a mechanism to sort of check, progress with that, and for us to take an intervention if we feel that would be needed because the site's not being progressively restored in the way it should.
In terms of cycle routes, the work is still in progress on that cycle route between Hexham and Corbridge. And had everything been agreed, we may have been able to negotiate a land for a link or a contribution towards it. Land ownership issues are still being resolved, and the bid itself hasn't been finalised yet in terms of a decision. So that's why it's an unusual step, but I think we should be asking for in principle, a contribution of either land or finance towards it, depending on how the wider scheme goes. Yeah, climate change. Climate change is absolutely factored into Environment Agency evaluations of flood risk, and they use a range of scenarios, high, medium, and low, to do that. Yeah, I think you're right in that we could seek to achieve more of a positive impact from this scheme. However, I think this is an important point, actually. As it went through the local plan process, the actual scale of this site was reduced, and part of that was to do with the overall amount of sand and gravel we needed and trying to manage the landscape impact. So this is actually a reduced site over which would have been mooted originally. And I think that's important, because if we were to factor in the design for a much more significant positive outcome for this flood risk, it would need a substantially bigger site probably, and then you'd be into issues of supply and you'd be into issues of more landscape impact. So this is a finely balanced judgment between something which is big enough to meet supply, has a minor net positive, and tries to manage landscapes impacts and phasing. Okay, so it's the end of a local plan driven process, this side. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try and be brief. Three things. The site that's being quarried will obviously have machines in it, but there's bits of the site won't get touched for 25 years. So will that be continue to be farmed, or will it be left fallow or whatever? Are there going to be charging points in the car park? And the last thing is kind of what we're being told is that this site was identified in the local plan. So if we refuse this, where does that leave the local plan? Thank you.
Open extraction area at any one time and the maximum restored area, but can you just clarify the point over agricultural land left in production for as long as possible?
Yeah, I mean, the idea behind that is really to try to sort of reduce some of the landscape and visual impacts from the development. So, that land would remain in agriculture sort of for a longer period of time. So, the whole of that 36 hectare sort of area wouldn't be taken out of agricultural production kind of on day one of this scheme of planning permission were to be granted. That would kind of, that land grab, as it were, would kind of take place on a phased sort of year by year basis, as we showed on that.
In terms of charging points, well, that's an issue that we've not particularly picked up in terms of staff car parking on the site. The problem is if there's no direct power supply to it, it would require diesel generators to charge up the charging point. So in terms of the local plan, this site got a very full and frank discussion in the local plan inquiry. And as Kevin said, because of the complex nature of minerals, as opposed to normal development, the planning inspectorate brought in one of their leading minerals inspectors who oversaw those days. And he heard the arguments for and against a number of allocations. The conclusion from the planning inspector was this site is justified and was included in the local plan. And just to state the obvious, we only adopted the local plan in March 2022, so you can't even say that this allocation was made on the basis of a logic or policy or evidence base, which has now moved out of time. Okay.
Can I just add on the EV charging question, which asked, there would be two of the parking bases. There's 15 parking spaces for cars within the site. 2 of those would be EV charging bays. Thanks.
Members of the committee, any more questions? Malcolm.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick couple of questions, one for Michael, one for Kevin. Kevin, with reference to those lagoons that's in the compound, the working compound, are there any toxins produced in this process? And what's in the lagoons?
No, I mean, what you're putting through the process is the material which you've extracted. What I did flag up in the presentation and in the report is that there are contaminants within the groundwater in the site. We've mentioned the legacy of kind of historic sort of heavy metal. So there's the potential for that to be in the material that goes into those lagoons. So through the Environment Agency permit and something which the Environment Agency regulate, the operator will have to test that material to check that the contaminant levels are at an acceptable level within that before they can sort of place that into the restoration. If levels are in excess of that, then that would have to be sort of taken away and disposed of sort of properly. The contaminant levels seem to sort of vary across the site from the borehole samples that have been taken, so it's not kind of sort of
I'm just
consistent.
cognizant of the fact that that compound is on a raised up bed, so obviously somebody's thinking about that whole area flooding anyway.
Yeah,
and if there's toxins in there, there's only one way they're going to go.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the flood mitigation sort of measures that are included within the design of the site. So the compound area has been raised up, but they're also sort of bunding around those lagoons as well, which provides additional protection from the rising sort of flood levels.
Okay, thank you. Michael, the highways work, the widening of that small part of that road, when we travelled on it, the worst pinch points were further towards the junction with Rotary Way. But we're not doing anything with those. Is that what the intention is? We're doing the easy bit and not the hard bit, really. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, the biggest pinch point was actually beyond the Egger, between Egger and the entrance into this. Between the Egger and the entrance to this application site, and that's where we're asking them to widen it to improve forward visibility, sufficient space to allow the two vehicles to pass at that area. West of the entrance in Egger, the road's wide enough to allow two HGVs to get past.
Well, I certainly saw one next to the stone wall. That's there.
Is this at the entrance, the junction?
Just before you get to the junction. But I'll take. That's the answer to the question. I'll take your word for it. The worst part's getting done.
There's one entrance to Egger, the main plant, and then east of that, there is a stone wall up to the access to this development site.
No, and towards the west, there's a stone wall there. And right at the start of that stone wall, there's a house, but right at the start there's a tree or something, and it's about a carriageway and a third that's been left. There's certainly not two carriageways. I took notice of it yesterday thinking that was going to come out, and I was wondering how we're going to take that out, but because there's a house or something there next to it. Never mind.
Yeah, it's been surveyed and...
Right, fine, that's the answer. Thank you.
Members of the committee, any more questions this afternoon? No more questions? Would someone like to move a proposal, please? Malcolm? Sorry. Did you? Sorry, Malcolm. Councillor Hutchinson's first.
It's a very difficult one, this. I thought it was reasonably easy, but it really is difficult listening to all the questions and everything else and the answers. So, I'm uneasy with it, but to stimulate debate, I'll propose the officer recommendation with an extra condition about the vehicle charging, because we're meant to be going all electric by 2030, and this site will last longer than that, so I think we should have more charging points in than that. I'd leave that, if this goes through, negotiable with yourselves and the applicant.
And can we also, through the chair, and to add on, there's just a condition about a contribution either in kind for land or financial towards the
with that included. But I'm still open-minded with this. I'm going to listen to debate.
And is that seconded? Malcolm, you're seconding the application. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's open for debate. It's a tough application, but let's get cracking. Councillor Jeffreid.
Thanks, Chair. Could I just add a couple of things before, on page 69, there's 9, and the recommendations about the notice. If anybody wants to complain, there should be a telephone number and a place to write. I also think there should be some electronic thing there, like an email address or a Facebook page or something, because that's how people communicate their displeasure these days. And then on page 74, 26C, provision of bat boxes and birds' nests and things. Now, we're going to, the site's going to be checked by a suitably experienced ornithologist to make sure everything's all right. But there isn't anything to say who's going to decide where the bird boxes and things are. So can we make certain that that person is asked about the appropriate place to put them? And really, when it comes down to it, it is very difficult. But a lot of this stuff has been, when went through the public examination of the local plan. You know, a lot of these arguments have been very hard fought. And the plans come down to say that this is a suitable area for extraction. And we've heard that the Environment Agency and all of the other people we rely on is saying that it's suitable. So we've just got to accept the expert advice and bite the bullet and maintain the integrity of the local plan.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak to this application? Councillor Georgina Hill.
Well, I just have to say, I think that there's a huge number of objections, and I don't think every single one of them in the debate and what's been said, I know there's been written submissions, have gone into detail. I mean, for example, I understand that for public health grounds, Canada have banned these sites from being 5 miles to housing. So this is a lot of, and there's no point me trying to convince anyone else. I've heard the arguments, and I'm convinced that the harm is significant and the benefit is being overstated. I don't agree. We're not going to have an argument about formal logic, but I don't. You know, you listen to expert opinion, you listen to everyone's opinion, and then you make your own opinion up. You know, they're not infallible, and we've seen that a lot. Experts disagree, and sometimes you might agree with them, sometimes disagree. So I don't think you say you either trust them or you don't, either side. So I, for that reason, I will be voting against, and I certainly, if it did go ahead, was there any proposed changes in the tweaks to the operating hours? Was that added to? No, just as it's. I would suggest that those who wish to support that would look to change the operating hours, and certainly resist what probably will happen is little tweaks here or there, or residents reporting things are starting about 6 o'clock and all these things that often come up.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Richard Dodd.
Yeah, a lot of us, or some of us that are here, did spend more than a decade on the local plan. It was 5 years late, out of date when we went for it, as it were, because the time it took and everything that we had to go through took a long time. If we don't back ourselves on this, we are going to put ourselves in some trouble somewhere. I have sympathy with everybody that has to look at that, but it's a sort of a site with Egger next door and a digester, etc. I'm very disappointed that there wasn't an opportunity to do something about the highways. That junction is bad onto Rotary Way. It's only courtesy cars that makes the junction work. And, you know, you've spent 20-something million, Nick, on a roundabout there, or someone has. It's all taxpayers' money. There was a wonderful opportunity to get a slip road in and out that would have addressed an awful lot of this site and Northumberland's largest factory. Because that road is bad, and I urge highways to have a look at that with eyes, not cables, because it does happen every day, and I've witnessed a number of accidents there. Just need to look at the curb, the amount of broken glass that is around there. So it's with a sadness that I've got to go with this, but that's the only way it has to happen.
Thank you. Any more contributions from the floor? Councillor Malcolm Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to say I'm 51% in favour of this. And that 1%, or the 2% for the majority, is entirely down to the experts, the opinions, the fact that it's been rigorously tested twice, the fact that it's in our local plan, and there's questions they've answered, there's things that we can't even contemplate because none of us are experts working for the Environmental Agency that I know of. So, on balance, I think there's lots of things that maybe aren't quite right, but on balance, the benefits outweigh the harm, and we've got to vote this thing through.
Thank you. Any more contributions? If you speak, Councillor Hutchinson, you'll close the debate, so I'll just say a few words from the Chair. This is a difficult application. Sand and gravel quarrying is always going to be controversial. But as I said, it is in our local plan as a site where we're going to support the extraction of sand and gravel. And, you know, I've read through this 70-page report. I've been on the site visit. I've read what the consultees have got to say. Our consultees are not objecting. Our officers have done, you know, an amazing job, have worked on this application for a long time. And I know there are concerns, but, you know, I think the safeguards are there for the good people of Hexham and Corbridge, and I would be supporting this application. Councillor Hutchinson.
I'm disappointed there hasn't been any more debate on this. You know, very few have, but listening to the ones that have debated on it, I agree totally with Malcolm. It's a 51-49 scenario, this one. And I'm afraid, with heavy heart, I'm going to have to go 51 and support the application. I agree with Councillor Dodd. Highways, I think, haven't been forward enough thinking, no disrespect, but forward enough thinking for an event like this to happen. Richard's right, there should have been possibly slip roads put in either way, nearer to the site, which would have alleviated that junction dramatically. The Environment Agency, I'm not an Environment Agency lover at all. I've been to seen planning applications where they have not done their job at all and cocked up big time. One particular I can think of was in Stocksfield, and they hadn't noticed that the planning application was was knock part of the bridge down to allow the slip road to come out, and they hadn't even noticed that. And that area was flooded, and they said it hadn't flooded, yet there was debris on the fences round about that high. So I don't like the Environment Agency anyway. And I hope they're listening. The Northumberland plan, Malcolm and what's his name's right. Councillor Reid is right. We've got to support the local plan. It's gone through everything. It's been approved. We've got to stick by it. So, as I say with heavy heart, I'm going to support the application.
With the additional conditions?
With the conditions. Actually, Councillor Hill said something before about... No, it wasn't. It was... What's his name? It was Councillor Reid, about having the things about contact details,
yes,
things like that. I think would be a great idea. Email addresses.
We'll make sure that email address is on there.
Can we delegate authority if members are minded to support
Yeah.
this? Delegate the ability for myself, in conjunction with the chair, to agree some
Would you agree, Malcolm?
And also section 106 to be agreed with regards to the local cycle walking infrastructure.
Yeah, we said
The
that.
specifics to be agreed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, all those in favour of this application? All those against?
2.
Abstentions? 1. That application is approved.
Okay.
Thank you. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to resume the meeting now, if that's all right. We're dealing with our second application this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a reserved matters application relating to the development of phase 1 of the proposals, which include a trunk road service area, a hotel, and an innovation centre, plus associated access, parking, landscaping, and other infrastructure. And that's land to the west of Lancaster Park, Pinewood Drive, Lancaster Park, Morpeth. And I would like to invite Mr. David Love to present his application. David, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I do have some updates, please, to attend to, if you don't mind. So the first is, this is the first of 2 applications relating to land west of Lancaster Park in Morpeth. Both applications on this agenda, so this item and the subsequent, cover the reserved matters from the outline permission reference 16/00078/OUT. This application seeks to reserve matters approval as per the Chair's description. I shan't repeat. But before launching into presentation proper, I do need to update members on a recent consultation response received from Public Protection on the air quality assessment. Members will note the recommendation in the original report which refers to the air quality assessment. So the summary section from Public Protection is up on screen. I shan't read it all out, but essentially there's no objection and there's an additional condition for Construction Environment Management Plan, or CEMP, SEMP. So this is the condition I would like to attach in addition to those already set out in the addendum report. I will just run through this one. It's notwithstanding what has been approved as part of 16/00078 OUT, the development shall not commence until a construction method statement for this application, together with a supporting plan, has been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. The approved construction method statement shall be adhered to throughout the construction period. The construction method statement and plan shall, where applicable, provide for details of temporary traffic management measures, temporary access routes and vehicles, vehicle cleaning facilities, parking of vehicles of site operatives and visitors, loading and unloading of plant and materials, storage of plant and materials used in constructing the development, routing of heavy construction vehicles and deliveries, site access and any turning facilities required for construction vehicles, the approximate phasing of construction works, vehicle movements and numbers, measures to be put in place to safeguard during construction works in existing trees and hedgerows, details of any temporary lighting, which shall be designed so that lighting levels are minimised, and finally, air quality measures included in the air quality impact assessment by Dragonfly Consulting, reference dated 21st of October 22. And the reason would be to prevent nuisance in the interest of residential amenity and highway safety in accordance with National Planning Policy Framework and Policy TRA2 of the Northumberland Local Plan. I also wish to clarify, I made an unfortunate error in the report, in the addendum report, that I want to clarify that there is a restaurant and bar area as part of these proposals, which will be open to hotel guests and the public. My apologies for this oversight, members. I hope this hasn't caused any confusion, but there is a bar and restaurant. I've included the relevant plan on screen. This is the hotel plan elevations, and the the bar restaurant is this area here, so the single store, the shorter bit. So I can launch into presentation proper now. So the site is shown on the screen by the hatched area. The access is taken off from here, this roundabout. Lancaster Park is over here, this general reference of Lancaster Park, this existing extant residential area. The subsequent housing proposals, which you'll see later on the agenda, are to the south, and to the south again of that is the country park. I just want to show members the local plan extract. So the purple, that's the site. The site forms an employment business land allocation in our development plan, whilst the light green area is the green belt. And since the outline application was permitted, the exact boundaries of the green belt around Morpeth have been confirmed through the adoption of the Northumberland local plan. So at the time of the original 2016 consent, we were between development plans, but this has been finalised through the NLP. On the green belt front, I just want to make members aware, following some discussions with our policy team. So following the adoption of the Northumberland local plan, this application is confirmed not to be located in the green belt. Most of the housing on the subsequent application is confirmed to be out with the green belt. However, there are 25 houses within and much of the country park. When the outline was approved, the housing element located in the green belt was considered in the context of policy at that time. While in accordance with national policy, it was considered to be inappropriate development in the green belt. Officers and members accepted that harm to the green belt and other harm was clearly outweighed by other considerations, and that therefore the development should be supported as very special circumstances existing. The amount and location of the housing in the green belt and the number of jobs supported by this application are broadly aligned with that presented in the outline application. Therefore, given the applications are largely the realisation of the original outline approval, there is no need to revisit the Greenbelt considerations, including the very special circumstances, as part of the assessment of these reserved matters applications. In which case, members are asked to disregard paragraphs 7.9 to 7.17 of the officer report relating to subsequent housing application, and, sorry, in this report, 7.14 to 7.22. Simply because the application isn't in the Greenbelt. So, moving on, this is the plan that was approved under the outline. This was the indicative plan. And this was the indicative master plan. So I show these just for a bit of historical context for members. I want to set up members that the original approval was gained on the basis that the commercial aspect could only be achieved off the back of the housing development, so it's incumbent upon officers to set out the differences in the original approval and reserved matters. I'll just run through some of these. So the hotel is slightly smaller. It's gone from 60 to 40 beds. The restaurant public house, again, slightly smaller scale. Petrol filling station. The innovation centre described in the original application is now 7 separate units. We'll come on to the plans later. The original application indicated creation of some 256 full-time equivalent jobs. A job creation is in the same range under this application. And there's approximately 2,100 square metres of employment floor space, and that's largely been achieved as well. Outline had coach parking, caravan parking, abnormal load parking, and it's a bit more limited in this one. Car parking spaces was 160 on the outline and 250 approximately in this proposal to the 4 members. So I'll just blitz through some photographs now. This is the access point at the northern bypass St Leonard's Junction. Site access location, literally just the roundabout is behind where this photograph is taken. Looking out across site, as those members who were on the site visit yesterday, there are arable fields with tree boundaries across the site. Sorry, that's come out a bit darker than I expected. And again, just showing the context of the site. Again, it's arable fields with tree boundaries. Existing right-of-way linked to Pinewood Drive. And now proposed site plan. So I'll point out a few things on the site plan. Is my pointer coming up? Yes, it is. So access taken off the roundabout running in here. This is the hotel area, the smaller bit at the end there, which is a bit emptier. That's the bar and restaurant. Roundabout serving access points. This is the innovation centre, represented by seven smaller industrial units. And then we have the trunk road service area here. Degree of planting around the edges, members would have seen yesterday, and hopefully the photographs gave some context. The boundary planting to be retained, much of it's already there. There's some management purposes there. Some of the trees will have to be pruned and some of them perhaps lopped, and etc. But there will be general management arrangements for those trees and some additional planting. Access into the residential development is just here. Footpaths throughout the site, members can see a footpath here. This is the footpath that we took access through yesterday. There's that very small writing there, which I appreciate you can't read, does say what was the effect of to be upgraded as per highways requirements. I don't have the scope of those improvements. Landscape master plan shows the extent of planting across the site. Just want to give members the extent of blue-green infrastructure. By that, blue infrastructure meaning those kind of water bodies, creation of suds ponds, etc., and those green areas of infrastructure being the tree planting, grassland areas, etc. So I'll just run through the plans and elevations. Members will already have seen these on the website, so I shan't spend too long labouring the point. Eurogarage's application, so e.g. branding, amenity building elevation, so that's the trunk road service area. Floor plans for that. Petrol filling station canopies, standard stuff in a petrol station. Hotel, bar, restaurant, some 40 rooms across 2 levels. And then we have the bar restaurant area. And then we have the slide I showed earlier, which shows the elevations for that. Innovation floor units, what we're looking at here, 2-story units with a, which are split into 7 separate units as demonstrated. And then I've got a series of cross sections throughout the site to give members an indication of bunding to be retained out by the bypass area, degree of trees, etc. to be retained. So, a couple of final things I want to cover. I was asked yesterday about phasing, and I don't think the report mentions it enough. We currently have a phasing plan submitted as part of an application to discharge condition 11 of the original 2016 consent. Submission of this was probably a bit early, considering we've got these reserved matters applications to determine. But we can quite clearly see, well, we can see phase 1 to the north, and I believe it's marked phases A1, 1A, 1B, 1C, the north area. So it would be the infrastructure, the hotel, and then 1B is the service area and units, and then moving down into the housing area. So we do have a phasing plan. We think that this needs updated depending on what if members are minded to support it. So this would need updated today. So officers recommend that members approve the application subject to the conditions in the addendum report and noting my my earlier corrections. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. So we now come to the public speaking slot. So David Bourne sharing the parish council, town council slot, and then John Wyatt in support of the application. So could I invite Peter Birchall to say his piece? Mr. Birchall, over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I represent a group of Lancaster Park residents formed 7 years ago to oppose development on this safeguarded land. The outline planning consent is for a comprehensive development embracing both commercial and residential elements. In fact, the original submission made great emphasis that without a proportion of housing being delivered on part of the site, it would not be financially viable to deliver the employment and commercial uses in isolation. Yet, before you today are 2 applications from 2 different organisations. So how can the commercial element be dependent on the residential element? The original application was accompanied by a confidential development viability appraisal. This appraisal is now in the public domain and clearly does not support the claim that around 286 jobs will be created. This committee gave outline planning approval 6 years ago on the grounds that the economic benefits would set aside the requirements of the Morpeth Neighbourhood Plan, which had been recently made. I recall the current chairman of the committee proposing acceptance of the outline planning application solely because of the job creation. It is essential that these commitments are met in full. This application will not meet those commitments, and I urge you to reject it. The Town and Country Planning Order requires that details of the reserved matters application must be in line with the outline approval. These proposals are not in line with the outline approval. The proposed site arrangement is completely different from that agreed by this committee. You should compare the outline planning consent layout with the layout proposed in this REM application. The planning officer's presentation has already alluded to these differences. You agreed to a 60-bedroom hotel with a separate restaurant and pub. This has been reduced to a 40-bedroomed hotel with an inclusive small area for restaurant and pub. It is also in a completely different location. You agreed to a single fuel station for all vehicles. This has been replaced by 2 fuel outlets, one for HGVs and one for other vehicles. This requires 2 volatile liquid and gas storage facilities. Its location has also been changed. You agreed to an amenity building to include retail, hot food and supporting facilities. This has been replaced by a huge amenity centre in a different location to house a number of fast food takeaway businesses, which will create more litter than the facilities initially approved. The building will loom large and be intrusive in the countryside setting. It is contrary to the Morpeth Neighbourhood Plan vision statement of green and open aspect to all approaches to the town. Car parking has been increased by 30%. But most importantly, you agreed to an innovation centre, which swayed the decision in November 2016 and was to provide 149 high-grade research and development jobs. This has been replaced by 7 individual industrial units, not innovation units as described, and they are in a different location. The floor area has been reduced, and they will, at best, provide space for 40 jobs, no doubt displaced from elsewhere in the county. 6 years ago, I advised the committee that the jobs projection would never materialise. I think I've been proved correct. You must reject these proposals and demand that the application creates the promised jobs and economic benefit. Otherwise, the Morpeth Neighbourhood Plan is valueless. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to invite Alison and David to share the 5 minutes under the Parish Town Council slot.
That one or that one? Okay. Thank you, Chair. The original outline application was consented against the newly made Morpeth Neighbourhood Plan. The officer's report placed a very significant weight on the economic benefits of the proposal. To quote, having considered the benefits of the proposals in terms of affordable housing provision and job creation, both in the short and longer term, including provision of an innovation centre for the research and development sector, it is considered that the economic benefits of the proposals justify a departure from local planning policies, including policies contained within the Morpeth Neighbourhood Plan. Since the housing element depended on the employment element, including the innovation centre, hotel, etc., we believe the 2 applications should never have been separated. We understand that outline planning permission has unfortunately been granted, but request that councillors reject this reserved matters application, given that the general employment offer is now greatly reduced and that the 7 office units cannot possibly be referred to as an innovation centre. An innovation centre, in fact, is an incubator for the creation and sharing of new ideas, usually attached to a university or business, which enables the sharing of knowledge between researchers and business experts, industry, government and academia. A good example is the National Innovation Centre for Data, based in the Helix Science District in Newcastle, whose mission is to transfer data skills from their scientists to the UK workforce. This is the sort of innovation centre we were given to expect, providing additional and high-quality employment for Morpeth. If councillors are minded to approve this application, we wish to ensure that those elements of alleged benefit to the community are delivered as promised. We therefore strongly object to any phasing plan which does not put the employment element first, including an actual innovation centre, followed by the country park, before any houses can be built. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this application is in a sub-prime area for development, and as you've heard, it's against the Morpeth Neighbourhood Plan. The original permission was considered by many to be perverse, but it was granted, and therefore we must look at that application light. this application in light of that original permission. Listed in your reports are there were very special circumstances justifying the grant. And this was with reference to provision of the managed country park, 30% affordable housing, significant employment provision, and the need in viability terms for the housing element to bring forward that employment provision. So let's unpack that and go through these very special circumstances. Firstly, the managed country park, well, it's not part of this application and will stand or fall separately later, so it can't be paid in aid to this application. Likewise, 30% affordable housing, not in this application, so put in another standalone application that may or may not be permitted later, so can't aid this application. Significant employment provision, well, the pub is gone. I mean, come on, it's about the size of 4 bedrooms, it's a breakfast bar. It's not a pub, it's not a separate restaurant. We've gone down to 40 rooms, it's a barely serviced, cheap motorway hotel. That's a significant reduction in potential jobs. The Cutting Edge Innovation Centre, no matter how you slice it, is 7 small, bog-standard, separate commercial units that could never support more than a handful of jobs at best. And the housing is needed to make the employment provision viable. Well, why isn't housing still part of this application? They're clearly not codependent. This was sold as an extraordinary development, providing hundreds of jobs. What is now coming forward is a depressingly ordinary and dreary development with no more than a handful of jobs. This makes it a significant departure from both the letter and spirit of the original permission. I urge the committee to reject this and ask the applicant to come back with a scheme that reflects the very special circumstances promised. Thank you.
Thank you. John Wyatt? Would you like to speak for no more than 5 minutes in support of the application?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to endorse the officer's report to committee, which I think provides a very fair assessment of the application proposal. The applicant, together with their project team, have worked closely with officers at Northumberland Council to achieve a form of development that is first acceptable to both parties and secondly accords with the terms of the outline planning consent. The applicant has also worked with Persimmon Homes in order to ensure that all 3 development phases will collectively form a single high-quality development with appropriate means of access and levels of permeability between each phase. As highlighted by the case officer, the principle of development for a trunk road service area, innovation centre and hotel, bar and restaurant has already been established by virtue of the grant of outline consent in 2016. It's clear from consideration of the reserve matters details, for the reasons outlined at paragraph 7.6 to 7.9 of the committee report, that the application accords in all respects with the terms of the grant of outline consent. The determination of this reserve matters application requires consideration of matters relating to appearance, means of access, landscaping, layout and scale only. In this regard, it's important to emphasise that consideration of each of the issues relating to these reserve matters have raised no objection from any of the Council's technical consultees. These include the Environment Agency, Northumbrian Water and the LLFA in relation to flooding and drainage, public protection in relation to residential amenity impact and the consideration of potential impacts from privacy, overlooking, noise, air pollution, light pollution and ground contamination, the Highways Authority and National Highways in relation to matters of highways, and work from office in the consideration of design with reference to form, height, size, scale and materials of buildings and the overall site layout. The Council Ecologist and Natural England with regard to the identification of any ecological impacts and agreement on mitigation measures where necessary. The Landscape Officer in relation to any requirement for the retention of existing landscaping and planting within and on the periphery of the site and any supplementary planting required. And the Police Architectural Liaison Officer in relation to ensuring the scheme is acceptable in community safety terms. As confirmed by the committee report, subject to certain conditions, all of the issues referenced above have been addressed to the satisfaction of officers. This has resulted in a scheme that is acceptable in design terms, whilst also ensuring no unacceptable impact on the character, appearance and amenity of the area. In terms of layout, importantly, this has been formulated to ensure that the amenity of nearby residents is not unacceptably impacted by the new development. In this regard, the nearest dwellings on Pinewood Drive lie approximately 88 metres from the Hotel and Innovation Centre, which are the 2 closest buildings to these dwellings. In addition, a condition requiring a noise assessment prior to first occupation is included to ensure further that current levels of residential amenity are respected. With regard to the Innovation Centre employment generation, it's emphasised that the proposed building will have a floor area of 2,050 square metres compared to approximately 2,100 square metres stated at outline stage. As a consequence of this, and in accordance with the HCA Employment Densities Guide, the Innovation Centre, alongside the PFS and the hotel, bar and restaurant, will generate between 123 and 351 full-time equivalent jobs on the site. To conclude, therefore, this is a well thought out reserved matters application. It's fully in accord with the provisions of the outline consent and, importantly, respects the character and appearance of the area and the amenity of residents in the area of the site. As a result of this, and in light of the fact that each matter duly considered as part of this reserved matters submission is acceptable to officers and statutory consultees, the applicant respectfully requests that members support the officer recommendation and approve this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Committee, have you any questions for our officers? Gowran Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I have a number of questions. The first one's procedural around time limits. How is the outline permission not lapsed, because it's more than 3 years since this went in? The second one is about the employment numbers. So the objectors have pointed out that the Innovation Centre, that would be a building like this, it would be full of people, whereas what seems to be proposed is a number of light industrial units, and I can't understand the calculation as to how that would have the same number of jobs. And the third one was the idea that you can refuse an application if it is so far different to the outline approval. I've never heard of that before. Can someone explain how that works?
Thanks. They're really good questions, and those questions have been asked throughout the duration of us considering this application. In fact, the reason why it's taken us to today to be able to bring this Reserved Matters application back to members is that we too did have some concerns about the timings of the applications coming in and took time to resolve those issues. And we also took some advice on the point too. So what we are confident is that all the Reserved Matters applications were submitted in time and in accordance with the outline. And so this is a legitimate Reserved Matters. Both of these applications are for decision before you today. Okay, so that's the first point. In terms of the last point, Councillor Renner Thompson, you query about the differences of it. We've seen this many times before. We receive an outline scheme and it is often indicative in its description and in the layout. So on this particular application, again, at the time when it was submitted and through to the validation, initially we weren't happy that the description of the proposed Reserved Matters scheme met the parameters of the outline scheme. However, with some work with the applicant, we were able to resolve it. And largely, what we're saying is, largely, the description of this Reserved Matters meets what was agreed through the outline. Remember, the outline is always indicative. Locations within the site can vary a little bit. Sizes can differ as well. And that's why David has quite handily prepared for you the addendum as well, trying to set out to you what the differences between the outline and the Reserved Matters are. And in our view, they're not so far apart for this not to be considered a legitimate Reserved Matters to the outline scheme. I think you asked a third question, and I didn't make a note of that.
The third one was about the employment numbers calculation.
The job assumptions. So I think, again, just going back to the difference between when we look at an outline scheme and a Reserved Matters scheme, what was not done at the time when the outline scheme was approved is that those job numbers had to be, they weren't conditioned, they didn't have to be met. Again, the case officer has taken you through job number assumptions, so they're going to be potentially delivered slightly differently. But again, they're within the parameters of the job numbers outlined at the original application stage. Thank you.
Chair, sorry, if I may just add to that. There is an index, there's a formula, if you like, which sets out expected FTEs, full-time equivalents, for employment land. It's not plugged out of thin air, if you will. So there is an index. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. I do apologise. But I just want to assure members that the job numbers aren't just made up. There's a formula behind it, and there's a means of getting to that figure. It's not just IAPUB will generate X jobs. You know, it's not like that. Like I say, there is an index. There is a formula behind it. I can't remember exact details of it, and I do apologise for that. But like I say, there's a science behind it, if you will.
Can I just come in on this one? It's an interesting question, and actually, it's the same question, Guy, that we face when we put in bids ourselves for employment schemes and do business case work. It isn't a precise prediction, it's a forecasting technique. And it's based on lots of experience of multiple examples of development of different types of employment across the country, and it gives you a range, and a prediction wouldn't be accurate. You can't predict. You can forecast the range, but it was done using an accepted methodology, and the actual outcome of it will undoubtedly be different to that. But it is a process we would use in the same circumstance. Okay.
From Barry Flux.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at something here about the development could take business away from the town centre and from the Fairmore garage. May I ask, has a sequential test been undertaken, and what were the findings of that?
Yeah, that is a very good question. And had we been dealing with the outline today, we would have applied a full sequential test to it. We've got an outline already, so the principles been agreed. Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Richard Dodd.
Was this land identified in the local plan, or our plan, for industrial stroke employment land, and was the next application where it's housing, was that in the local plan?
Yeah. What has changed, and I'll let the case officer come in here, what has changed from, it's been a case that when you do a local plan work, you look at commitments already made and you look at decisions. So the plan that went through examination and was adopted in March of this year shows this site as effectively been allocated for development, and it's used within the assumptions of our housing delivery figures within the plan, so it forms the basis of the plan. That wasn't sort of a proactive approach to allocation, that was a reflection of the fact there was an outline in place, because you base your plan as well on commitments already on the ground, in terms of decisions already made. Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Richard Dodd. Oh, Malcolm. I didn't hear you. I was reading.
I hope that doesn't mean to say we look alike, Chair, but
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. You're much better looking than
Thank you.
Mr.
I'll accept that. I'll take everything. Two questions. The Innovation Centre, nice sexy name. Is there any restrictions on its use?
No, in a nutshell. It's, oh goodness, my use class is old. I need to rack my brains here. But use class is B1. Thank you.
So we could say a tyre fitter in a garage and a whatever and anything there.
Oh, sorry, Liz, can I defer to you on the use classes order on this one? Apologies, Malcolm.
No problem.
So the employment units are B1 units, and the Innovation Centre description it's set out in the report. Unfortunately, we never had a definition. We hadn't secured a definition at the time of the outline. And so we have an innovation centre that was around 2,100 square metres. What we now have are employment units described as an innovation centre, and they have a floor space of slightly less, 2,050. But there was no definition of what that innovation centre was to be.
It's just all in the name. Sticking with you, Liz, we've heard the difference between the outline and this application. Given that you said an outline it's only indicative, how much weight do we give the discrepancy?
You can join. I'll have a go at it, and then I'll have Rob join in. But what we look at are the descriptions of what came through at the time when the outline scheme was agreed, and then what comes through in the reserved matters. And we were satisfied that both in terms of floor space and description of buildings, that was meeting what was wanting to be achieved through the outline. Yeah.
And can I just the use of outline permissions is widespread and common. And I think it's probably easier to think about it in terms of you're talking about just residential development. Okay, so a developer will come along and apply for an outline permission, which actually asks the question, is the principle of housing acceptable or not? And then you get your permission, and then when you've got your permission under your belt, then you look at what actually precisely the market conditions are at that time, and then you put in your details, the housing mix, the size and type of housing. And it's intended to give flexibility. Okay. Clearly, we spent some time actually asking the question, and Liz alluded to this, is how close is the overall spirit and intent of what's in the outline close to what was originally behind committee's minds when it made the decision, okay? And the conclusion is that following some work and back and forthing, that what is proposed now is within the spirit and intent of the outline. Given that, almost by inference, what I'm saying here, that if you put an indicative plan down when you put your outline in, it is very unusual for the actual final scheme to materialise in those precise forms. So it's how far off is it? I think I just need to raise one point, and it was mentioned about when we originally granted this permission, there was talk about the weighting that was needed to overcome very special circumstances. That was because, at the time, this was Greenbelt, or it was in the general extent of Greenbelt. Now it's an allocation that had we been making a fresh application today, there would not be the need to go through the very special circumstances argument, because the principle of this use of this land being developed has been made already. It's an odd one that with the outline being contentious when it was decided, and it's straddling the local plan adoption process where the allocation of the land was changed to mirror effectively what was granted planning permission. So the question that remains actually is it lawfully within the parameters that the outline could be translated into details? And the conclusion, it is. Okay. But things will always change from an outline to details, and the argument is here that this falls within what is reasonable within that. I would say that had we been making the decision on the 2016 decision now, we would probably be more prescriptive in what we would have tied down, but we can only work with what permission was granted back in 2016.
So I take it what the advice you're giving us is that the discrepancies have no weight in our considerations.
No, I'm not saying that, because what you can say, and I don't come out with any form of loaded statements here, it's that the principle, I would say you should be not focusing your attention on. the mixture of what's proposed on it, also, we are advising that falls within what is reasonable for moving the outline to the detail. What you can look at, though, is does the overall design achieve a quality that you are happy with? And you're entitled to make that call, okay?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, it's just a minute or two until we need to set standing orders aside. Would someone like to move we set aside standing orders?
Move that, Chair.
And seconded? Thank you. Standing orders are set aside. I'd now like to ask Georgina Hill for her question, please.
Thank you. Oh, this is an odd one, and I'm just going to ask a couple of quick fire ones for clarification. When we were at the site visit yesterday, your first impression of not a site I'd been on was this seems a suitable spot for development, quite well screened and all the rest of it. And then thought this is quite an odd package of, nothing wrong with that, no, that's not a planning consideration, but garage, hotel, it seemed quite an odd sort of package of a development, but never mind. And then hearing the history and everything, if you were suspicious, you would say it's trying to sort of fit round criteria. You've already mentioned the innovation centre. It sort of feels like if you homeschooled your kids, a couple of kids in a shed and then called it school, innovation centre, the scale that you think of. So can I just clarify a few things? If the application had been or was for housing on this site, it would be no Morpeth neighbourhood plan, this has to be for employment. Is that right?
The different parts of the site are allocated for different things. We need to expand on that.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Hill. Could you just run me by that question again?
So if the application for this site was not for the hotel and everything, but was for housing, you would say, no, this is against the Morpeth neighbourhood plan because it's not employment.
No, could I jump in? Sorry, Liz, because what we would say is that would stray too far away from the outline.
Right, okay.
Sorry, Liz.
And I missed, how many jobs is this estimated to be creating?
I think it's 256 full-time equivalents, thereabouts. That was indicative on the outline scheme.
But the delivery is what?
And they are now, the applicant has shared with us.
It's a range between 160 and 320 is the range.
But the instinct on reading this proposal and everything that's probably about 5 times what it would seem. Is that a credible estimate?
Well, if we take it back to the example that Rob used about housing, normally when we deal with outline housing schemes, we will say up to X amount of units, and sometimes because of the constraints of the sites, it can fall far lower than what the outline scheme has. In this, we didn't put any kind of maximum or minimum on the amount of employment that the site was going to create. But the applicant, through putting in the reserve matters, has tried to demonstrate the range of employment that it's going to generate, and the range being between 160 to 320. When the outline talked about 256, it's somewhere in between.
And just finally, I know this is a difficult question, but sometimes when you're looking at planning and you're talking about, the height of a building, right? And you might say, whatever X is acceptable. Yes, it's going to interfere in views and aspect, but we think it's an acceptable level. If it'd been another, it wouldn't be. Can you give me a feel of what you would say would be unacceptable? Because I would expect there may be more applications on this site. There may just be a few other things aren't actually going to be happening, and it is maybe going to revert to housing. So it's good for us to get a feel of what the level is where it becomes acceptable, not interfering, not conflicting with a neighbourhood plan, and is not going against the principle.
Can I come this one? And I think you need to look at it through a slightly different way, a lens. Okay, when you're planning for housing development, there's a very clear read across between design, density, the number of homes there. Okay. When you're planning for employment uses, even though because the question that was raised about job forecasts, is you have to recognise as well that within the use of X square metres of buildings, there will be a range of job densities depending on what the firm is doing. Some firms may use very labour-intensive approaches, and adjacent units may use one which has a fairly lightweight number of jobs there for given the area. But what we are looking at, though, remember, is looking at the use of the land for employment uses. Because what we would resist is if, say, for sake of argument, which may be at the back of your mind, Councillor Hill, is if we granted permission for both applications today, and next week the developer came along and said, actually, we've redone our figures and it doesn't work for employment land at all, we want it all for housing, say, just as an argument, that would need a planning permission, and that would need to be looked at on merit. Okay, so we can't what if it. What I can say is that if it moved away from being employment, even though within employment there could be a range of job densities, a change to that would require a full application. Okay, and I think it's worth really getting this clear and discussed. Is that if we were granting permission generally for employment uses, we wouldn't say it has to be at this level, or we're going to say refuse it, because occupiers change, firms moving in and out of premises. The forecast that was given is only an indicative scale of employment numbers you'd expect from this sort of floor space. But within that, there will be that average that was questioned about its validity. Within that average, there will be low density and high density job creating business uses.
Councillor Gordon-Stewart and then Councillor Reid. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to keep this for debate if it was going to get that far, but I must press down on the word innovation. Is that something, are they just being cheeky in this application? Or can they justify that? I appreciate there's not a definition. I've heard from the officer there. I've never heard the word innovation centre being used in the 5 years been sitting on planning, locally or here. Are they just trying to push this through? Or, I know it's a difficult question for you to answer there,
no,
but have they given any justification for using that term? Was it just the thing people in Morpeth would like an innovation centre?
And I think we need to take a very honest look at this, and that clearly up and down the country, if you're proposing employment uses, the most attractive form of employment use that creates the most productivity in the local economy is those higher value jobs. But we didn't, though, specify and restrict this in any way in the outline. If, for example, you were building an innovation unit, call it by that term, next to a university, you may, either through planning or leasehold controls, actually it needs to be reserved for somebody with a direct link with the university, and you don't want it to be a carpet warehouse or something like that. Just to be clear here, there is no restriction. Like we haven't, back in 2016, we didn't condition or tie down what was actually meant by innovation. So it was used as a brand of the jobs that they would aspire to try and deliver there. I think that's the nuance point here.
Fine, thank you. Well, it's very naughty. Yeah.
Councillor Reid.
Thanks, Chair. I remember this back in 2016. I've been sitting here a long time. Not only this afternoon. But, what worries me about all of this is that if we hadn't let them have this in 2016, we certainly wouldn't be letting them have it now. So we're between a rock and a hard place. If we don't like this, they can either appeal or they can come back with a design that we like. Is that correct? That's one question.
Slight difference to that. So they can appeal if you don't like it today, but the time to submit any further reserved matters has expired. So a new application would have to come forward. The outline.
Yeah, but if we turn it down, they can appeal.
They can appeal.
But we can't say, well, come back with this and this change and we'll let you have it, because
Well-
we either turn it down and it goes to appeal, or we accept it. Is that correct?
Yes, or they come back with a new full application.
Yeah, well,
Because
yeah, but they're
remember,
not
it
going
is
to
an
do that, are they?
allocated
Because
site.
we're going to turn it down, aren't we? So can I just ask about the road system and that roundabout? Is it intended that the council adopt that, or is that going to stay in the ownership of that garage hotel bit? Because that is just a hostage to fortune. You know, the only way on and off this estate underneath it is that road. So, yeah, anything can happen. And the other thing, the hotel now appears, I think where the hotel was before, there was some possibility of adding rooms later on. You know, if it was a success kind of thing. But where the hotel is now, it's kind of, that's the size it is. So do we think the ambition has changed over the years from something that was going to be innovative and was going to be classy and was going to be a point of interest to just get it done because we could do with a petrol station there and put somebody else out of business, or you know, that's kind of... But I think what my main question is, I'm concerned about who is going to own that bit of road.
Okay. And I'll answer both questions, and please feel free to jump in, case officer and manager. You're right in that if we do decide today to agree to this and the subsequent application, this will form the access into the residential area as well. Okay. As such, the entire road network here would be subject to an adoptions process where it would come into the public ownership, provided it was of sufficient quality, and then it would be maintained thereafter at the public expense and will be part of the highway. Okay, as you see on other large housing schemes. So this wouldn't be a private internal matter. Okay. Can I just advise committee on one thing? Is that I think it takes us down a logical cul-de-sac by saying, had we a time machine, would we be granting this now or not? Okay, we have granted it, and we've taken advice, external QC advice on the legitimacy of this permission, which we are now comfortable with. Okay, there's one thing which has changed though, is you said that if we said no, if it came in now, we'd refuse it. Again, that is predetermination, so we have to look at it on merit. But also, remember, the local plan has been changed to accommodate a commitment. So this is no longer now potentially greenbelt. So this site would be supported by the new local plan. Okay.
Thank you.
Come back. The reason I asked about the road was because these days new houses, as we all know, go in for this kind of ground rent thing where, you know, they create a company that looks after the maintenance, so the council don't maintain the open spaces on these things these days. So I'm just, you know, what I wouldn't want to do is leave those houses, if they ever are built, as a hostage to fortune to a group of people that might decide they're going to charge people access.
No, that is not the case. Okay. We've got...
Yes, I've got all of those people. Was Barry Flux? No, it wasn't you. Martin? Martin, over to you, and then Ian Hutchinson.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. First one is with regard to design line routes. Obviously, this is a big development. It links into, I think it's Lancaster Park, is it? It links into. When we visited the site yesterday, we went along a very narrow footpath between the rear of properties and a hedge line. That looks to me like it's the shortest route. Therefore, it will be the design line route for people accessing into Morpeth. You would like to think that that would be a pedestrian route and a cycling route, because that's where people would like to go. Is there any scope to improve that route? Because that is the route people will naturally take, whether we kind of like it or not. That's the first question. Second question is with regard to the fact that these, it's been mentioned that in terms of viability, there has to be housing on this site to make it work. So we've kind of got three elements on the site, although it's not on this application. We've got the what's before us here, and we've got the housing, and then we've got the country park. Can you explain to me why we are accepting these as two applications, three applications, rather than one application, when everybody assumed this would come back to us as a single application?
Yeah, I'm happy to go forward and try and answer that question. So when the outline consent was issued, what it didn't ask for was any restriction on it so that all the applications came in together. But what we do have in that outline is a condition, and that condition asks for a phasing plan. So we currently have, and I think David had a slide up there for the proposed phasing plan for the discharge of that outline condition, pending what happens at committee tonight. If it were the case that committee were minded to grant both the applications that are here this evening, we are likely to find that the proposed phasing plan isn't as acceptable as what we would like to see at the minute, bearing in mind how the outline consent was argued. And so what we would try to do, where we could, is have the phasing plan so that some elements of the scheme come forward before the residential, or for instance the Euro garages site. So we might want to see the innovation units, and we would do that through the phasing plan. It's quite complicated to understand. So you've got your reserve matters, which you can have. You've got two separate reserve matters dealing with the three phases of the site. But as part of the outline, they still have to discharge a condition, which we agree how the phases are to be built out, and that condition hasn't been discharged yet.
Okay, so just to be clear, we could, within that, the planning authority could condition that each of these elements within this plan that's before us here would need to be completed before the housing could be started?
Yeah, I mean, we often, particularly where there's arguments about viability and such things, we wouldn't perhaps go as far as complete it, but we might look at 50% completed, or those sorts of ways of being able to allow something for the viability argument to get going, but also allow some other elements of the scheme that are to likes be developed in advance of it. So in a way, front load how we bring forward the development.
Can I answer the question on the footpath? So I did spend quite a lot of time looking at that, because that was my initial impression as a walker and cyclist as well. The original outline consent requires a footpath link through to Lancaster Park, and that's what we talked about yesterday. And we'll come on to this on the residential aspects. I don't want to labour the point too much on this proposal, because it does form part of the residential aspect. And that's the 3-metre wide cycle route. Now, on the route we took yesterday as part of the site inspection, which is here, where the pointer is, where the small line of text is, where my pointer is on the screen. So that's path there. It's that wide, for those of you who weren't there. So the field, you'll recall as we entered the site on the right-hand side, there was a field that's in third-party ownership now. That small text says something along the lines of to be upgraded. I don't have the details of that. I can't ask for it to be widened, or rather, planning authority can't ask for it to be widened because, one, it's third-party land, and second of all, a condition seeking that to be widened would be more onerous than what was attached on the outline consent. So that would be ultra vires, and we wouldn't be able to attach that condition. But that walking route will be improved. The details of that I don't know. It forms part of a condition on the outline, but there is a cycle path, a multi-use path attached as a requirement, which is detailed in the residential.
Okay, obviously this is complicated with the application we're going to look at next, but in your assessment, do you feel that people would use this route in preference to the other route which connects with the residential development, in preference with regard to the fact it's a design route? Because if people start cycling along that route we went along tomorrow, obviously there's going to be conflicts with people walking along that because there just clearly isn't room. I'm just wondering whether there's anything can be done on kind of conditioning on purchase of land off third party or anything like that.
Yeah, I do see your point, and that was my initial thought process on that. And never mind cyclist and walker. When I was there the other day waiting for the members to arrive, yes, I certainly met someone walking and backed off, and they came through. So it's not wide enough for two people to walk side by side. I think when I indicated how wide it was, I might have been overestimating. So I think as a cyclist, because there's a kissing gate at one end, as a cyclist, I would go and use the cycle route. Personally speaking, you know, I can't quantify any evidence based on that. As a walker, I would use probably this route, assuming it's you know, depending on the upgrades, be lit and things like that, depending what comes forward. But the other route is designed to be well lit and safe, etc., etc. There's nothing we can do under this application to widen it, unfortunately, just again because it would require the purchase of third-party land.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson. Martin.
Just pointing to say one
Any more speakers? No more speakers? Oh, Georgina.
It's a procedural point. Looking at what suggestion from Morpeth Town Council, would we be able to ask for both the applications to be considered together as a full application and come back to the committee? Could we do that?
The question is, I have to ask is why? Because the point that Liz made about the existence of a phasing plan which straddles both sites enables the issue to be tackled that you're probably concerned about.
Happy? Any more questions, ladies and gentlemen? No? Could I ask for a proposal then, please? Oh. Councillor Hutchinson. And is that seconded? By Councillor Robinson. Moved by Councillor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Robinson. Debate. Councillor Reid.
There we are, kick it off. I'm just a bit disappointed, really. I mean, it's just a total lack of ambition, isn't it? I mean, you know, I remember it being sold to us as this great thing, you know, hotel innovation centre with all stuff going on. And, you know, we end up with a box with bedrooms in it overlooking the garage. I mean, you know, I can't, you know, I really wanted to support this. And then, you know, you read the papers and you hear what people have said, and it's like, you know, the roundabout's too big. That is going to cost us a blooming foot. It's going to cost the highways a fortune to keep that in working order with all the heavy trucks going round it and all the traffic down through the estate. And it's just you know, I really do wish that they'd come forward with something that I had in mind in the first place. I know 6 years have gone past and lots changed and all the rest of that stuff. But it's just not good enough. I want them to come back with something with a bit of class, you know, with a nice restaurant that people can walk up to and have a nice glass of wine and walk home, and a wide footpath, and, you know, be proud of something rather than just some dingy blooming thing with a roundabout in the middle. So there you go.
Thank you. Councillor Dodd, then Councillor Renner Thompson.
Yeah, it started off as Innovation Centre. I remember this coming through I'll have to use my words carefully, but it wasn't an easy decision, and I can't remember how it voted, but it wouldn't have been, if you go back in the records, I don't think it was unanimous in any way, shape or form. However, I think there's a Trojan horse on the loose here, and it's carrying a key to the housing development. And I think that we are seeing something that might not happen ever, and I don't think I can support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gowran-Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I thought this would be relatively simple, and we were going to build something like, you know, the Hog's Head at Alnwick, where that would be, which was done well, and Northumberland Estates have won some awards for that one. But this is very different, and I think we could go down the line that it's not sufficiently similar to the original outline application. And you were sitting up there going to say, oh, you can't do that. But having listened to the full debate and with all information contained in the packs, I think we could make that judgment, and therefore we shouldn't be supporting the application.
Could I just come in?
Of course you can.
Yeah. Could I just, with all due respect, could I just offer members some advice on this front? Yeah.
Please.
No. Bear with me, please. Bear with me. Right. Listening to what you've just said, okay, were you minded to refuse this application, it's not actually that it's a big distance away from the outline. Because I think we've already said that we think it's within the parameters of what was to be expected from the outline. What you're actually saying is, take that away from it, and instead perhaps think, it's not delivering the right design and quality of place that you'd expect of a scheme that in 2022. I'm not saying that is a conclusion. There are some concerns that expressed in the committee report, but the committee report does come down in the favour of approval. So my advice to you would be, keep away from the issue of it's different from what we're expecting, because things can always be different. Say it is not good enough. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Flux.
Yeah, I'm listening to debate on this one. I am listening, but I'm just concerned about the whole design of this. I don't like the design of it at all. In fact, I'll go as far as say I hate the design of it. I think, to be honest, and I'm straying slightly into the next application, I'll try not to, but it looks like the kind of thing you see along the M1 if you're driving past Northampton or somewhere. And it's not very far from where I grew up, and I got away from there. But it's not the kind of design I like. I'd like communities around towns, and this seems separate from Morpeth Town. I don't like it at all, and I'm looking to my colleagues to find me the planning reasons to turn this down, because it's a hideous design as far as I can see.
Councillor Darwin.
Thanks, Chair. And unfortunately, it's going to be a running theme. Actually, I agree with everything that's been said as well. I was listening to the debate, the questions that were asked before, and I think public speakers spoke quite well on this as well. I think, in my mind, this is deviated further away from what it originally set out to achieve. You know, it's a 33% reduction in the hotel. It's not an innovation centre. It's 7 individual units, which is not an innovation centre. So I think I hear what you were saying, Rob. But we have to find a reason for this, and I think for me, it's just too far away. And I don't like this at all. So I don't think I can support this application.
Can we just, sorry, Chair, if I may, can we just be clear here that my advice to you is not to debate on the basis of it's too far away from the outline, because I think we've said it's within a range of parameters that could be tied to the outline. It's that what you're actually saying, and I'm deliberately not trying to put words into your mouth so you can debate this properly, is that you do not feel that the design in front of you today is of sufficient place-making quality that you would support it. And I know we should stray into other applications, but as a context and counterpoint, can I take your minds to the details for the St George's scheme that Home England's put together? I think the committee was very pleased with in terms of the quality that delivered. So what you're saying is, with all due respect, you're not saying it's too different from the outline. What you are asking members to discuss now is the fact that it is of not sufficient place-making quality. Yep.
To my statement, I don't think the design is of sufficient quality. So I think that's what I'd like to say.
Councillor Stewart.
Well, I'm going to join in as well. I've got a 9-year-old granddaughter who could design this far better than this. I'm very disappointed. Northumberland deserves better. In the Premier Town in Northumberland, which is Prudhoe, of course, I would love, to, in principle, to have a hotel there, but please have a better design. It's so far away, and I hear what you say, Rob, but I think people are really disgruntled, and the people of Morpeth deserve far better.
Caroline.
Thanks, Chair. So for me, with this application, I am disappointed to see things coming back again. But I honestly think our hands are tied on this. If it comes, it will come back either through appeal or as a new design. And if it comes back as a new design, it's going to be supported by the local plan. It's not in the green belt. So we would end up in a position where it's going to come back in the future and we're going to have to approve it. And I just worry, like, I know the design is not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but for somebody that's got an ugly train station coming to the centre of my town, it's not a consideration. I was told. I find this really difficult because I do think it will come back, and I think we will be struggling if it does, because it's not in the green belt. And I know it's not ideal, but I honestly think it would end up going through at the next visit.
Thank you. Georgina?
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I mean, it is noticeable that there's a very high amount of objectors, and it's not. I mean, Morpeth's a place where there's things popping up all the time, building sites, new restaurants, and so on. And it's not people you could argue being NIMBYs, that it's near to them. There seems to be a strong opposition in the community. We are meant to have local-based planning decision-making. And it is certainly one that I just feel the old mission creep as well. I think this is gonna change. So I will be opposing the application.
Chair, and I apologise for keep putting in here. Just so we make a robust decision, whichever way the committee goes, the number of objections in itself is not a material consideration. It is the issues raised. So if one person had raised an issue that you agreed with, that is material, that can be a reason for refusal or for overturning a recommendation for refusal.
That's an observation which beats in.
Yeah, we need to be careful not to base the decision on that issue.
Thank you. Malcolm.
Thank you, Chair. I'm slightly worried, like Councillor Paul said, that it does seem to tick the boxes. That's why it's got the recommendation. But we seem to be debating turning it down on wish lists. And how many, this is the second time today I've mentioned this, how many times have we been told just the application in front of us? Not what we would like to see, not what we wish to see. The application in front of us is the only thing we can consider. The arguments I've heard about the discrepancies in that have been, as far as I'm concerned, disabled, because you're saying it's not that far away from the original application, so we don't consider that. I'm worried about members turning this down based on their wishes, not on fundamental planning.
Thank you. From the Chairman, I just want to thank Peter Birchall for reminding me that I moved this planning application in the beginning. And I did so because I felt it was an all-singing, all-dancing application. It was quite special. And as Alison and David Bourne have referred to, you know, it was an innovation centre. It was something that was going to help not just Morpeth, but all industry around. We thought we were getting something very, very special. And in the end, you know, we're not. We're getting a watered down, downgraded application. We're getting 7 employment units, a smaller hotel. But at the same time, you know, our planning officers have reminded us that this application is not miles away from the original. We're getting a hotel, a 40-bed hotel. We're getting a service station. And, you know, they're things that will help Morpeth. Morpeth is doing well. It's moving forward. It's, you know, developing. It's our best market centre town. And while the application is poor and isn't the best, you know, I feel like Councillor Ball and Councillor Robinson, I've got to support it. Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to previous planning committees where it has been mentioned that if we were minded to approve, we get the conditions that we've set. If we reject this and it went to appeal and the applicant won on appeal, we wouldn't have the control over the conditions that are set for the application. And I'm just wondering, for this particular application, how detrimental do you feel that would probably be should this be refused today, win on appeal, for those conditions to be as robust as what they currently are?
Yeah, I'll answer that question in the generic, if you don't mind. Okay. You're right. In member training, the advice is always don't think in terms of a polarity in terms of approve or refuse. Because if you're not convinced you should be refusing something, and you can actually see the merit in it, a refusal potentially does take away control over conditions and legal agreements. However, the inspectorate do attach conditions, and they will ask us what conditions we would want. Okay. With this one, I have to keep coming back to the point of saying this is not a question of is it not what was expected. It's more saying on its own grounds, is it of sufficient quality in terms of design? And remember that over the last 24 months, there's been a progressive increase of emphasis on central government to support local authorities in trying to drive up better quality design. And we have a national design code. And the report in this and the next application refers to that and actually says it probably does comply with it, but, you know, it has its weaknesses. So what you're doing, I keep coming back to this, you're not saying that this isn't what we expected, you're saying that irrespective of that, this is not what we'd want in 2022. That would be the argument you need to run, rather than venturing into a variety of what-ifs, or it could be. It's what's in front of you. Because a scheme, there's any number of ways you could do a scheme, and if it came back in, it could be better or it could be different again. But you have to look at what's in front of you and say, given it's 2022, we have local plan policies as well that not only allocate the site, but set the bar higher for design in the local plan. Does this meet what you as elected politicians would hope that you had seen in the county in new schemes? And the report says there are strengths in it, but also it says, there are some weaknesses there in terms of design. But the conclusion is it meets the design code, but it is called for you if you don't think it is good enough. It's a hard one.
Any more contributions? Councillor Hutchinson, you're going to round up today.
Yeah. Just to sum up briefly, I proposed officer recommendation, listen to the debate, to stimulate debate and listen to the debate. And the debate's been quite interesting. Points made on both sides. I'm not going to show you which way I'm going to vote until my hand goes up, but...
But you're moving a recommendation.
I've moved it before. The officer recommendation.
Yes.
And we'll put that to the vote, but I'm not happy with it.
So it's been moved and it's been seconded. All those in favour? All those against? It's refused. Any abstentions?
Chair, can we just do that vote again?
Okay, yeah. All those in favour?
3. And against? 11.
Yeah, I've got a fairly clear steer for what my reading of members' mood is in the room. So can we agree to delegate to myself and the chair to come up with the reasons for refusal, and the chair will have final say on them?
Oh, sorry, we didn't actually have a motion for refusal. So we had a motion for approval.
Chair, I move to refuse the application because it's not up to the standard we require it to be in 2022. We need better designs, better buildings, and a better layout. And we need an innovation centre, not 7 units.
Seconded? Seconded. All those in favour?
Hold on, sorry. Is your hand up or down? Yeah. Okay, so that's 13.
All those against?
Both lobbies.
1.
No abstentions.
Yeah, so it's delegated based around
Design.
insufficient design quality and placemaking.
And the chair.
Application. This is for
Chair,
the associated...
given how long we've been sitting here, can I
Yes,
ask for
we're
a
just going to
short
deal with
comfort
this
break?
one. We're just going to deal with this one, then we're going to have a break. So 150 residential houses, again connected to the Lancaster Park development, but I'm going to ask Mr Murphy to give us some guidance on this.
I think we can cut across the presentation. I'm sorry for your work on the presentation. Could you put the layout up for me, please, David?
I can't hear him. Would you just...
Would you?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So we've got... I know it's 2 separate applications, but logically, this one is linked to the first one. So I would say that we need to look at a potential. It's up to you. You could choose to refuse it for the same reasons as the previous one, and that the totality of the scheme.
In,
1 minute.
in terms of, for the procedure, we do need to go through what we usually would, because people have come to do their public speaking, and obviously we need to consider the application.
Good point, yes, good point, yeah.
I think, Chair, that the difficulty is with this application, but we're going to talk through it, but what we haven't prepared for was the outcome of the decision of the Eurogarage's application. But the issue is that the access road now has been refused, and that part of the outline falls away, so there is actually no access into the site of this next application. But we will go through we will have to go through the application, and we'll go through the presentation.
Yes, because...
Point of order, though.
Yeah, they have yet to speak. Yeah.
Chairman, point of order. If,
you could defer the application.
would they respectfully like to withdraw it themselves?
No, they won't, because if they withdraw, they don't have a right to appeal.
Defer it?
Yes, they could defer the application.
They could appeal against non-determination.
We're here tonight to make a decision on the applications. That's what we have committed to, both to the applicants and to all the interested parties on these applications. So we need to hear this application tonight. The options are, members, once you've heard it, you might ask to defer it, but equally you may decide to approve it, even though you know the access road is an issue, and we'll have to give you some advice on that, or you might decide to refuse it, perhaps because of the access road and perhaps because of the other elements of the scheme.
Okay, shall we go through the presentation fairly succinctly then, David? Yep.
So yes, following that, members, I'll be as quick as I can. with this, but obviously there are some points that I need to cover, and I will do those bits quickly, then I'll go through the photographs, etc. So, without repeating what's already been said, this is obviously the residential application associated with the outline 160078. I have an addendum report for issuing, and I must confess, Chair, do we afford time for members to review the addendum, or
maybe a short break?
2 minutes.
No.
It's very short.
Point of order, Chair. I think we can chew gum and walk at the same time, so I'm quite happy to read it while his presentation's going on.
2 minutes to read it. 2 minutes to read the addendum. It's very short, to the point,
short.
snappy.
We'll just look at the same sheets, because I'm going to read it.
The decision still can be to defer the application, but Liz said they have given assurances to the applicant.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with the planning officer's presentation. David, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. So members have had a chance to review the addendum. I need to apologise. There was let's call it an IT error, tail end of last week, which meant that wasn't sent out when I had hoped it was. And I do have some updates, not least the recommendation. First of all, if I can just update members on the air quality response from Public Protection. Sorry. So some of this is also pursuant to what you've already heard, but I'll be as brief as I can, but procedurally I need to cover some of these items. So from public protection and equality, essentially there's no objection, but we need to add a line to condition 33, which is at the bottom here, it's number 12. Air quality measures included an air quality impact assessment by Dragonfly Consulting. The rest of the condition as is, so I shan't labour the point on that. I need to change the recommendation now, considering the decision we've just had, to one of refusal on the grounds that there's no legitimate means of access, because the access into the residential relied solely on the commercial aspect. The red line doesn't extend up to the St Leonard's Junction. So the recommendation is now one of refusal on access grounds. I also need to update members on the paragraphs concerning Greenbelt 7.9 to 717. And apologies, this is a repeat of previous, but I do need to, as a point of procedure, I do need to correct it. So following the adoption of the plan, following the adoption of the Northumberland local plan, most of the housing on this application is confirmed to be out with the Greenbelt. However, 25 dwellings of the 150 are in the Greenbelt, as is much of the country park. When the outline application was approved, the housing element located in Greenbelt was considered in the context of the Greenbelt policy and roughly in accordance with the same numbers. At that time, it was considered to be inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, and officers and members accepted that harm to the Greenbelt and other harm was clearly outweighed by other considerations, and that therefore the development should be supported as very special circumstances. That VSC, very special circumstances, what we've just discussed. The amount and location of the housing in the Greenbelt in this application and the number of jobs supported in the other application, which members have refused, broadly aligned with that presented in the outline. Therefore, given the applications are largely realisation of the original outline approval, there is no need to revisit Greenbelt considerations, including BSC, as part of the assessment of this application, in which case members are asked to disregard paragraph 7.9 to 7.17 of the original officer report and replace with what I've just said. So, for context, members, I just want to touch on, this is the light green here is the extent of the Greenbelt, and the southern end of the housing site with 25 units is within the Greenbelt. The remainder is within this area up here. I'll just run the pointer along. It contains this triangle up here, runs down roughly like so into this area, and then into a portion in the Greenbelt. This is the application site boundary. I've included the entire thing for context, but obviously the upper area has been refused. This access here, it's not in the red line boundary, it's not in the site boundary of the residential, so there is no means of access. This bottom portion here is where the Greenbelt roughly cuts across this portion of the site and runs in about the same as the field patterns across the A1. And the remainder on the south is the country park. Outline permission, location plan. I'll skip over that. Some photographs. Members were on site yesterday. It's essentially a bunch of arable fields with tree lines and hedgerows. Again, you've pretty much seen these. So the next load of plans, essentially they focus on the residential. You'll see this is the red line for the residential. The red line for the entire site does encompass the country park, but I wanted to focus on the built elements of the application instead. So access would have been taken off the roundabout in the previous application through the site. We have an element of affordable housing up in the top left-hand corner and another cluster down here. RPs, registered providers, prefer clusters for management purposes. Landscaping proposals. So this is the area of the Scotch Gill along the east of the site. Pardon me. We've got additional tree planting throughout the site along these field boundaries, some management, additional planting, etc. Play area is to be located out with the site. That's a hangover essentially from the section 106 attached to the 2016 consent. Ordinarily, we would seek play areas to be located within the development, but that's something which was determined at that time. We've got some suds basins, bottom right-hand side, and there's actually another one just out with that site as well. I want to raise acoustic barriers with you because acoustic barriers are required. They're going to be some 2.5 metres in height. And what I want to do is just ensure that members are aware that we have this blue line up here. So I'm just making sure my pointer is clear on this point. So we have this blue line at the top, in this top corner, and we have another blue line here. Those acoustic barriers are going to be some 2.5 metres in height. Now, what an acoustic barrier looks like is just that. It's basically a very tall fence with no holes in it. That's what it says on the tin. And those orange areas are houses potentially affected by noise. This came straight out of the noise assessment. Why isn't this going on? I just want to run through some house types so members have a flavour more than anything else of the house types that are sort of proposed. I'll run through these very briefly. Again, they're sort of reasonable quality individual units that you'd expect to see at a modern housing site throughout Northumberland. So these are some computer-generated images of what the proposal seeks to look like. You see a nice mix of materials there, change in roof heights, etc. I'll not labour the point on these. And phasing. What did I want to say on phasing? Probably what I said last time, which is there is a phasing plan submitted to discharge condition 11 of the original outline. Probably a moot point now. I had a couple of queries which I was asked yesterday, which I didn't know the answer to, so I did give a commitment to provide them today. So I was asked what provisions are in place for management and maintenance of the country park. Well, the applicant has responded to say a management company would be appointed to complete maintenance in line with a maintenance schedule prescribed by a suitably qualified landscape architect and appropriate to landscape strategy and planting palette approved, should this be approved throughout the reserved matters application, whilst taking into account past, etc., etc. If we were moving towards an approval of this application, officers were recommending a deed of variation to the existing Section 106 agreement to include delivery and future maintenance of the country park. And I was also asked about the emergency access. There is an emergency access proposed. The original outline contains a condition of it, so there's only so much in the way of detail we can ask at the reserved matters stage, because reserved matters are a very specific set of points. But essentially we know that the emergency access supplied by the applicant is technically feasible. We didn't have all the details, but what prevents that from becoming a rat run? Well, there's a gate at one end, essentially, that emergency services would have the opportunity to, they could open that as and when they are required to do, otherwise it would remain locked. So in conclusion, officers recommend that on the basis that there is no legitimate means of access, that members refuse the application. I hope that wasn't too brief. It felt very brief, but I hope that was all right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, public speaking. Mr. Birchall, you will be speaking for 5 minutes objecting to the application. Then we've got Alison Bayard and David Bourne as local representatives speaking. And then finally, Ed Alder from Persimmons, speaking in support of the application. Peter Birchall, would you like to say your piece, sir?
Thank you, Chairman. It somewhat changed in view of the previous decision, of course, but I do say that we do object to this application. We've already discussed the fact that the outline approval for housing development was given because the applicant claimed without an element of housing, the commercial development was not viable. I'll move on from that and say that the main issue for the residential development for us is that noise is a major issue. Night and daytime noise levels on the site exceed the maximum levels recommended by the World Health Organization. And despite mitigation, the noise levels will always exceed maximum levels for most of the site. There are many houses where noise levels will always exceed maximum levels inside, even when the windows are closed. Mechanical ventilation will have to be installed in some of the houses to mitigate noise levels. The National Planning Framework states that if residential properties require mechanical ventilation, the development is not a sustainable one. The office has already told you of the installation of noise barriers, some 2.5 metres high on the northern and western sides of the site. These will appear oppressive to residents and be an eyesore when viewed from outside the site. The committee has not given approval for these barriers since they have been added after the outline planning consent was granted. It is interesting to note that the affordable housing element will be the most affected by the excess noise levels. It's already been stated that there's only one entrance and exit to the housing development, which is through the Trunk Road service area. Where else in the UK must residents of a housing estate pass through a busy 24-hour commercial site to access their homes? The proposed emergency access route has still not been approved in detail. The development isn't sustainable and it doesn't meet the principles of the planning framework, whose guidance states planning policies and decisions should aim to achieve healthy, inclusive and safe places which enable and support healthy lifestyles. If this application is approved, it will not be the case for the residents. The site is too small for the number of houses proposed. There have been at least 4 revisions since the initial plan was submitted. In order to accommodate the housing within the site, in accordance with the highway design requirements, the village green element, which was highlighted as an important feature in the outline consent, has been omitted. There is now no place for children to play outdoors, which is probably a good thing because of the noise levels. The development is not a worthy one. I urge the committee members to refuse this application. It is totally without merit.
Thank you, sir. Now, could I ask Alison Leard and David Moore to say their pieces?
Thank you. The original outline application was consented against the newly made Morpeth Neighbourhood Plan, and the officer's report, which supported the outline application, placed a very significant weight on the economic benefits of the proposal, quoting the affordable housing provision, job creation, and provision of the Innovation Centre for Research and Development, which allegedly justified departure from local planning policies. But since the housing element depended on the employment element promised, including Innovation Centre, hotel, etc., we believe that the 2 applications should never have been separated. We have further objected that the general employment offer is now greatly reduced and that the 7 office units are nothing like the promised Innovation Centre. The housing element was dependent upon this, is not needed in Morpeth, which has seen a surge in house building over the last few years. 30% affordable rented and discount market value housing is welcome, but at current Morpeth prices probably remains unaffordable for many working families in Morpeth, whilst there is a desperate need for social housing. We remain concerned about the impact of the development on Scotchgill Woods, ancient woodland, and a local wildlife site with specific protection under Morpeth Neighbourhood Plan Policy ENV5. Given all of the above, we wish to ensure that those elements of alleged benefit to the community are delivered as promised. We therefore strongly object to any phasing plan which does not put the employment element first, including the promised innovation centre, followed by the country park, before the construction of any housing. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a long enough meeting, so I'll just content myself with saying I've had a Damascene conversion and I fully support the officer recommendation on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members, for the opportunity to speak today. I did have a prepared speech, but obviously things have moved on tonight, so I'd like to make a few points and then propose an option for the committee to decide. Firstly, I'd like to just remind members that this application before you today is purely for the residential element, and it is the principle of this development has already been determined in the outline approval. That outline approval is still a lawful consent. I just want to remind members of that. So this matter today is about the design, the appearance and the layout of the housing development. The application provides 150 new homes as per the outline approval. The good quality family homes with 30% affordable. And in addition to that, there's a country park, which is great benefit to the local community. We've worked hard with the officers, and this application has been in some time, to reach this point today where it was recommended for approval. There's great attention gone into the detail of the design. It meets all the technical and planning policy requirements, both at a national and a local level. The scheme represents good design. We've left no stone unturned. We've looked in great detail. We've had professional opinion, and we do think it's a quality and a pleasing place where people will want to live and choose to live. We've carefully selected materials. We've looked at the local character of the area. We've created tree-lined street scenes. There's a sense of openness. There's formal open space. There's informal open space. And of course, the scheme links to the ancient woodlands and the new proposed country park. As I've said earlier, the design does follow all the placemaking principles. It ticks all the boxes. We fully considered biodiversity, ecology, sustainability. Hence, if you look in the report, you can see officers and consultees have got no objections to the scheme. We feel the scheme will provide the end users with all the needs they will require. Every home will have fibre connectivity, high speed. The energy efficient homes, we're including renewable energy solutions, the gas heat recirculation for the water. There's water recovery systems. They'll have PV panels. They will have electric charge points for the vehicles. There's good transport links from the site, whether you work from home or you commute, where you can get good links to the A1. Overall, we feel the design is high quality. It's a well-designed proposal with the wider benefits to the local community. We therefore did hope that you would recommend approval and follow the officer's recommendation. However, you have heard the officers change the recommendation due to the red line boundary. I do think some technical issues with that, because I think for reserve matters application, you don't necessarily need a red line defined. Hence, the country park isn't in this red line on your screen. So we could potentially, I think the best thing I would request members is to either approve the decision or for a deferral, where you can consider accurately all the points given the previous application that's been decided tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Okay. My advice to you is you obviously have the choice to approve, refuse or defer. If you are minded to approve, I'll be advising you to defer it so we could resolve these technical issues. So not to make a decision on it today. If you're intending to refuse, then you could go ahead and refuse for whatever reasons you wish to. Can I just point you to one paragraph in your reports pack, which is on page 136, and it's paragraph 7.28 at the foot of that page. Right. There's a big however in the middle of the sentences on the top of page 137. And this, I suppose, gives a picture that we are happy with certain elements of the design. And it says the proposed dwellings provide attractive frontage to roads within the site and being well spaced and within generous landscaping to road frontages and site boundaries reflect the semi-rural location of the site. That tackles the issue of character well in terms of the design code. But I will draw attention to that we did flag this issue up, and it's the sentence starts halfway through the last line on page 136. There's another however that says the layout is acknowledged not to meet the design standards now expected within Northumberland. The layout offers no sense of place other than through materials and house design. And then it goes on to the more positive elements of it. So you are faced with either, if you decide to approve this, it needs to be deferred for us to do some more technical work on the issues over access. If you want to defer it anyway, you could defer it, or if you wanted to refuse it, given the conversations we've had, I'll just point you to that paragraph 728, giving you the... Yes, but you're entitled, as ever, to go against officer recommendation.
What happened last time?
Yes.
Yeah, but if we approve the officer recommendation, then you're saying you're going to go away and do some technical work.
No. I mean, approve the permission. I said did not pass. There's the recommendation from the officer is now to refuse. You can either agree or disagree with that.
Yes.
If you disagree with that, you are saying you want to approve it. And I'm saying in that scenario, you need to defer it for us to resolve the matters over the access issues. However, if you go with the officer recommendation, which is, and this is a semantics issue, to approve the officer recommendation, you are refusing the application.
Yes.
Yes. What I'm saying is you are, as ever, you're entitled to make whatever decision you wish, which is either to agree with the recommendation or to disagree with it. Okay, so in effect, you can approve or refuse the application. I'm saying if you are minded to approve the application, it needs to be deferred for us to bottom the technical issues over the red line boundary with access. Okay, and I pointed to a paragraph which highlights some concerns about the design, even though it gives a balanced judgment in there. Okay?
Councillor Reid.
Yeah, so if we just go with what the officer suggested, which was we refuse on the grounds that there's no access to the site, then we can sort all the other stuff out, can't we? Because presumably at some point they will sort it out, but we can't give them permission because they can't get onto the site. So that's what I move. We refuse permission because there's no access to the site.
Are we happy with that? Alone, or do we want something else on it?
Yeah, so it's... Members that could be the recommendation, or you may, having listened to the public speakers and having listened to the officer's presentation, you may also decide that there are other things that you feel uncomfortable with about the scheme and use that as an other reason for refusal.
I'm quite content with the fact that you can't get onto the site. If they come back with the route through, then it'll come back and then we can talk about we're not happy with the design.
Yes, but the only thing is if there's more reason for your refusal, then it's stronger and is
Well,
less...
if someone else would like to add, then I'd be happy to accept.
The Director of Planning was referring to that page about design. Yes. Would you like to add that maybe to your recommendation? That poor design was also
Have
a
you
reason
opened
for
debate, Chair?
Apparently we have.
I think we've gone past.
No, we haven't got a solid
We're asking
motion
questions.
yet. Proposal.
I'm just doing my best to gallop to the break.
We're still doing questions of officers.
So, right, okay, so there's no access to the site and I'm not content with the design that we now have. Our local plan, which is now in force, demands better of the site than this.
Okay. Any more questions from the members? Councillor Foster.
All I was going to say is just perhaps to put it in the words that it's actually in the report, is that it's acknowledged not to meet the design standards now expected within Northumberland. If Councillor Reid's quite happy to add that on.
That's
Thank
fine,
you.
but we're just in questions at the moment.
Okay, any
so
more
we're just-
questions? No. No more questions. Caroline.
Just with regards to the outline plan permission that's already in place, would this decision overrule and stop everything, or can there be like almost like an alternative? Well, we've already got plan permission.
On this one, and I'll ask Liz to come in on this one and correct me if I'm not precisely accurate in terms of my interpretation of the chain of events here. Given the timescales, if you refuse this today, they have the right of appeal, but they cannot come in again with another set of reserved matters, and so the outline would fall away because it would time out. Does that make sense? I mean, ask if you're not...
Any more questions? No more questions. Could I have a recommendation, please?
You want me to say that again?
Please, Councillor Reid, for the record.
So I move refusal on the grounds that there is no access to the site, and I'll quote from the report, which says that it does not meet the design standards now expected within Northumberland according to our local plan.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Chair, could we just have some delegated authority to officers to finesse the...
Would you be happy with that, Councillor
Absolutely in
Reid?
conjunction with the Chair.
Councillor Foster.
I second that, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Hurrah!
Anybody wish to speak to it, or Councillor Foster?
Chair, just one concern that I wanted to raise, irrespective of how this was going to go, and I do welcome 30% affordable housing. I think that's fantastic, although I think it's the shoebox, the smallest one that was actually on there, so they are tiny. But again, I just have that concern that any application that's approved with that degree of affordable housing, 99.9% of the time, they come back for a variation to reduce it because it's not financially sustainable to build that many properties. So that always concerns me when I see a lovely big number like that, that's going to be the case for it coming back. But I don't think it's going to matter on this occasion.
Chair, can I just ask members, with all due respect, not to place any weight on that concern, because the developer is entitled through national legislation to come back and make applications to vary things subsequently or apply for variations to 106s. So anyone is entitled to do it, and we can't rule that out. And we can't use that as a reason for refusal. Okay?
Thank you. Any more debate, ladies and gentlemen? Go to the vote. All those in favour of the refusal? That's unanimous. So I'm suggesting we have a little break for 20 minutes?
Yeah, there's coffee and tea in there.
20 minutes?
Yeah, 20 minutes.
So everybody back is past. Southwest of Glebe Farm, Chopperton Road, Bedlington, now known as Longridge Farm. So our planning officer for this application is Tamsin Wood. Tamsin, would you like to present the application, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Right, to start off with, I do have some updates to the conditions. The first update is to add this additional condition which I've got on the screen for you to read through, so I'll just give you a minute to read that through. Okay, then I've got some amendments to some of the conditions as well. So the first amendment is to condition 2, which lists the approved plans. So I need to update the engineering layout reference, and that is the engineering layout phase 2 QD 18370301. So from revision F to revision H. The impermeable areas drawn, phase 2, 18370302, also needs to have revision A added at the end of the draw number. The flow control manhole plan, which is reference 15310802, needs revision D to be changed to revision E. In the impermeable areas drawn, phase 3 plan needs revision A added to it. Then I'd like to make an amendment to condition 3, which is just to add the word tree before groups 6, 5, 14 and 4, and after agreed in writing also add by the local planning authority. And then at the end I'd like to change the comma to a full stop after established. And then I'd like to make an amendment to condition 4.2, which is after agreed in writing to add by the local planning authority. And then also change the comma to a full stop at the end. Then condition 9, which lists the criteria for the construction management plan. I'd like to remove one of the reasons because I've duplicated it. So I'd like to remove the reason which states in order to achieve a satisfactory form of development and protect general amenity in accordance with the MPPF in Northumberland Local Plan Policy QOP2. And then also I'd like to add 2 further criteria to that condition. One, which is details of working hours, and then the second one is construction delivery / collection hours. So those details ought to be approved as part of that construction management plan. So moving on to the presentation. So, yes, this is a reserved matters application for details of appearance, landscape and layout and scale for the final phases of development comprising 315 dwellings on the site, which was approved under application 04731 out. So the site is its land southwest of Glebe Farm, Choppington Road at Bedlington. So just to go over the history briefly, outline planning permission was granted in February 2019 for the principle of 500 dwellings on the overall site. Reserved matters which contain the details and layout of 149 of those dwellings on phase 1 was then granted planning permission in November 2021. So this current application seeks approval of the reserved matters consistent of layout, scale, appearance and landscaping for the final phases of the development comprising 314 dwellings. So this site forms the western and southern sides of the overall outline site. So this site shows this slide shows the site outlined in red with the satellite image, which helps to show the location of the site in context with Bedlington. So you can see it's located to the northwestern side of Bedlington, close to Choppington. It is accessed from the western side of the A10682. The site, which forms part of a larger 18-hectare site, comprises overgrown grassed and former agricultural land. It's bound to the north by further agricultural land and a small group of dwellings within the Glebe Farm complex. These images also help show the existing residential properties to the east and west of the southern projection. So those directly bounding the site are located along Augustus Drive, Edinburgh Drive and Fenrither Court. Moving on to the proposed site plan. So this shows the proposed layout of the site. It shows access will be gained from the eastern side of the site from the new estate layout constructed under phase 1. This plan shows the location of the houses along the estate's roads which lead into cul-de-sacs. It shows each property will have its own driveway and amenity space, and the suds ponds are located to the north side of the site, and these have already been constructed as they were agreed under the reserved matters for phase 1. So in terms of layout, and as set out in my report, it is considered that satisfactory separation distances are provided between the new dwellings and existing dwellings, and between new dwellings with the site measuring 21 metres or above. In terms of density too, the applicant has also carried out a density review of the site, which shows that there are different densities across the site, with most actually similar to densities in the area around the existing residential properties around. So this landscape plan shows the areas of open space more clearly, which are located to the north of the site. And 3 play areas will also be provided on the open space, areas of open space. The plan also shows there will be tree planting along the main roads of the estate, and a condition is also attached to ensure further tree planting is incorporated into the design, which will be in accordance with the MPPF and the parameters plan, which was approved under the outline permission. I have set out in my report why the layout doesn't completely tally up with the parameters plan, which is shown to the right side of this slide, the smaller plan. So this is just in terms of positioning of open space and play areas, which was given the complications from the past coal mining activities and land stability issues. But however, notwithstanding this, it is considered that overall, as the scheme will still provide the same features, albeit in a slightly different location, it does actually remain in compliance with the parameters of the outline consent. So in terms of existing vegetation around the site too, the report under paragraph 7.19 to 7.23 set out that the proposals have been amended throughout the course of the to ensure maximum retention of hedges and trees, which are in line with the parameters and landscape strategy plans of the outline permission, and where it isn't clear, conditions are attached to ensure vegetation is kept, such as along the rear of plots 107 to 133. There are also certain groups of trees which are shown to be removed due to ash dieback, which are the trees which are pointed out on the site visit, which are located down there. Right. Yes. So so their removal is due to the ash dieback disease. So some of them have got this, and it is considered that the remaining ones will most likely get this as well. And some of these trees have also been topped and lopped, which has affected their structure. So they are all now of a low category in the losses to be mitigated against too by further hawthorn hedge and tree planting. There is also some hedgerow removal proposed through the centre of the site, which I highlighted on the site visit as well. But this again reflects the outline permission parameters and landscaping strategy. And this is just a couple of 3D images of the public open space to the north of the site, which will provide attractive areas there. So in terms of the housing mix, the proposal comprises a total of 30 different house types across the whole site. A range of 2 to 5 bedroom dwellings are proposed. The properties are mainly 2-storey in height with some bungalows and just a few 2.5-storey properties. They are terraced, semi-detached and detached dwellings. And it is proposed that 15% of the dwellings in this phase, which is 48 units, would be affordable dwellings. So 32 of these would be affordable rented, and the other 16 would be discount market sale units. So the affordable provision is in line with the plan and permission, with the outline plan and permission in the section 106 there. So overall, we consider the housing mix to be acceptable. So these next 2 slides just show images of the dwellings. So we've got the Miller's properties here and the Taylor Wimpey ones here. And I've just got some photographs taken across the site. I think there's maybe a couple of people that weren't on the site visit here. So these are taken from the western side, the top ones, and looking across. As you can see, it's a field and it's got rough grass on it. So here are some photographs showing the boundary treatments, well, the boundaries in the hedges to the southern side of the site and along the southern western boundary. These are photographs of the boundary to the northern side, but to the southern side of the northern, so western elevation there. So as set out in my report, the increased pressure on local services and infrastructure has already been addressed previously through the Section 106, which runs alongside the outline plan and permission, with contributions secured towards education, primary healthcare and off-site sport recreation, and also towards strategic highway network. So the report also covers all the objections raised throughout the appraisal or in the other matters section. And in addition, in terms of the Town Council's comments asking if the southern path between Hazelmere and Chesters is protected, and sorry, if this could be protected and while construction is carried out. This is not actually a public footpath, so it doesn't have any legal status to be protected, so we wouldn't be asking for that. In addition, the boundaries of those properties next to that will come right next to the hedges, but the hedge will be trimmed back. And in addition to, the play areas will also be looked after by a management company, so not the Town Council. So in summary, and in addition to what I've already just covered, the local highway authority, the lead local flood authority, the county ecologist, conservation and archaeology, and the coal authority also consider the proposals acceptable subject to conditions. So overall, officers do consider the submitted reserved matters details for this phase to be acceptable subject to conditions, all of which have been agreed by the applicant, and the recommendation as per the report, that reserved matters approval be granted subject to conditions as set out in your report, with conditions amended as I specified earlier.
Thank you, Tasman. Thank you very much indeed.
Chair, can I very quickly add on one thing to hopefully focus our attention this evening? Bear in mind the decisions we've just made. For clarity, can I just take you to para 7.13 on page 174 and 175 of your paper, which makes it clear about, it says in the foot of 174, permission should be refused for development of poor design that fails to take opportunities available for improving the character and quality in area and the way it functions. If we go to paragraph 715, it's the different house types and the way they are proposed to be used are acceptable and will help create a diverse and interesting streetscapes that will add interest and character to the street scenes. But the scale is appropriate given the phase one of the scheme. There were some changes to the layout that Tamsin mentioned. These haven't been driven by just the need to fit more houses in. It's the fact that the ground conditions that once detailed survey work's been done in terms of former coal working and ground stability issue has led to some jigging around of where the public open spaces areas are to allow for housing on the land that is stable and to use land which is less suitable or easy for housing for it to be more focused on the public open space issue. And that is a perfectly reasonable way of looking at a site and maximising the opportunities afforded on the site. So we've given a view on design in this report and it's supportive within the parameters mentioned. Thank you.
And from the chair, can I just say yesterday's site visit, obviously we went in, phase one was almost complete and it was a very attractive design, it was. So nice to actually see built what we gave planning permission to. Obviously that was phase one and now we're on to the later phase. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as a planning committee, we now come to public speaking. We've got two public speakers, both speaking in support of the application. David Abercrombie and Patrick Arkell to share the 5 minutes. Gentlemen, over to you.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon. I know you've had a very long agenda today, so I'll keep this brief. There should only be a couple of minutes. I'm probably looking at my watch thinking I'm going to have a late tea, but you guys are going to have a late supper, so thanks very much for the officers. That's a very thorough application that you've read through, and I know you've put a lot of hard work into that. Thank you. And thanks very much to the members as well for taking time to come out and visit the site. Hopefully you are made welcome by the site manager and the guys that I had there. I think, phase one, it's really nice to hear some kind words of the design quality. I don't think the construction industry generally gets too much good press, and there's some absolutely fantastic tradespeople in the northeast, many of which come from Bedlington as well. So on the back of that, we consider the next phase, the reserve matter application before you, is literally going to build out and celebrate the success from phase one. We've got a total of 463 units that you said there, 70 of which are affordable. So that's well under the cap of the 500 that you give in February on the outline permission. You've went through the SUDs, the public open spaces, the pedestrian access, the fact that we're retaining the vast majority of the hedges. We've taken advantage of introducing a slightly different mix on phase two with the knowledge that we've got on phase one. So we've even extended the range further to give us some starter homes, 2 and 3 beds as well. And on behalf of David, so David's TW, Miller Homes, we both pride ourselves on very high quality, safe sites, and we would love to be able to continue as a partnership on the next phase. We think it would be very successful, and hopefully it'll finish off the scheme in line with what you thought when you granted it outline. One regret, if I may add this, you don't get developers saying sorry very often, but I know a certain councillor here, I've met him a couple of times, and we had a bit of grief from the Miller side compound that you've probably seen. That's entirely my mistake. I'm the one who decides where the compounds go, and that's a note for me in the future to make sure that we are a little bit more sensitive to the residents. And as has been pointed out on phase two, we're relocating that and we're moving it well away from the side boundary. So apologies for all the inconvenience that that's caused, and I will pass on my personal apologies to 3 or 4 of the residents in the corner as well. So nothing really further to add, but thanks very much for a great report.
And just to add to that, I think the members' visit yesterday, hopefully you were able to see the size and scale of the open space that's now been provided. Yes, it's in one location, but I think that adds to the quality, and the images show the size and the extent of that down to the suds ponds. I think there's a full range of mix and densities on the site, and that density does reflect the adjoining sites. It's not overdevelopment as some of the objectors have raised. And I think just thank officers and members for the time yesterday. And finally, there was a request about us engaging more with the residents on the site. In discussions with Millers, that's something that we fully support, and what we would look to do is set up a residents forum with existing customers and Millers and our future customers moving for development if you're minded to approve tonight. And finally, we just hope that the officers' recommendation will be followed by members. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, have you any questions you wish to put to our planning officers? Martin.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, my main question is around what I would call permeability. How permeable is this site to the rest of it, the developments that it kind of sandwiches between? We saw yesterday on the site visit that there was obviously a footpath, which was an informal footpath between 2 sides of the development. So there's 2 sides to this. One is that maintainable throughout the build-out, which obviously could be some years, and I wonder whether that is possible, because looking at the local member might want to enlarge on this, but looking at it getting from one
side to the other, you'd have to get in your car and drive round because it looks like it's quite a long way. So obviously that route is quite well used. But on the going further forward, is the site properly permeable to the other surrounding housing estates for both walking and for cycling? Because we will not encourage people to walk and cycle if literally they have to get in their car and drive a mile around to get from one side of the site to the other, and it's obviously a big estate.
So in terms of, that's the southern footpath that you're talking about, that we walked along yesterday. Yeah, so that's the one that we've looked at, and that's not an existing public right-of-way, so it would be difficult for us to ask for that to be kept. But in terms of the other accesses, there's still going to be this access here. So that is a current access. Can you see my... Oh,
yeah.
There. So there's still going to be a footpath link through there to this part of the site. So that's just a little bit further up from there. And then it's also linked across there, so people can cut through eventually and go down there and across. And I think there was another footpath that was highlighted up here too, where people, existing residents, can get access across to the new estate and then to the play area there. So they're the only footpath links that I can see from this site. And obviously people can get cut through to the site from the phase 1 part of the development.
So just to confirm, are those going to be suitable for cycling as well as walking?
What we can do, we can
Yes.
condition that, if required, that they be looked at as part of a reserve scheme to put in. So it's by condition to make sure that they are suitable for a range of users.
So is that these footpaths that you're talking about? Yeah.
Any more questions? Councillor Malcolm Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. As has been mentioned, it isn't my patch. Now, if you bear with me a little bit, because I've had 2 years' worth of problems, and I think 95% of those problems could have been solved if we're a bit more diligent with phase 1 detailed planning. So I'd like to get it right this time, because there's 2 estates involved here. Now, I was going to ask Tamsin about the construction times, because it wasn't in this. I know you've since put it in, but it wasn't in 2104-298, but it was in Discharge of Conditions 22/02722. And in that, there's also the site compound sites. So have you put the site compound sites in this application tonight, as well as the working times?
So, yeah. So condition 9, is the condition 9, that's asked for another further construction method statement to be submitted. So as part of that, we will be asking for, because of the compound, we just will check through steps there.
I mean, you know, we've heard that
yeah.
there's agreement to move them as far away as possible from residents, and it has been the bulk of the problems I've had. And if that's going to be the case, that's fine. I just want to make sure that we've got it covered.
Yeah. Can I just quickly check this with Michael? So that condition that we've got there, that is
a normal
clean.
part of the construction method statement, though.
Yeah. The other part, the working times, I know they want to vary the working times. And obviously residents don't want that to happen.
Right. So, yeah. So under the original application, so there was the condition 15 on the outline, which asked for the details of the construction method plan to be submitted. In the construction method plan that was submitted as part of that, the working hours that were set out were 8 a.m. to 6 o'clock, Monday to Friday, and 8 a.m. to 1 o'clock on Saturdays, and no working on Sundays or bank holidays. And I do know that there was a further discon that was submitted to try to vary those, but that was refused, and I can't find any further application that's been submitted since. So that was obviously for phase 1, but I've asked for that all to be, you know, agreed again under this application.
Well, can we make sure that that isn't changed, shall we say? Because, you know, we've had noisy workings Saturday afternoons, we've had concrete deliveries Sunday mornings, we've had workings bank holidays. So if we can just make sure that's topped out this time, so everybody understands the working times, then, you know, there shouldn't be that problem. Moving on to highways, there's another 300 odd houses going in here, and there's only one access road. And that access road is it goes through phase 1. It was the access road we used next to the built houses. A lot of HGV traffic on it. But I've had residents complain that it's too fast, and it is too fast, I've seen myself. So can we ask for some sort of traffic signs asking HGVs to slow down, children playing, because the children's play area on phase 1 is across that road for many of the younger families.
Yeah. So we could add an additional criteria to that condition 9 that states measures to protect pedestrians during construction phase.
Yeah.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, great. Yeah.
Okay.
As long as we can put some signs that say slow down, for God's sake. And the comms, what I was going to ask for was regular meetings between the developers and residents, not just their clients, if you like, but residents who may well be affected by working, because I think a lot of the problems I get is because there's no communication.
Right.
Suddenly the developers do something, residents weren't expecting it. If it can be talked about prior on a regular basis, just it doesn't have to be formal every couple of months. We've got it on other sites, we've got it in Hartley, where residents are informed as to what's going on and they can raise any concerns about things that's happened.
Right.
Chair, if you may, what we can do is actually, I think there's a provision actually already in here. What we can do as part of the construction method statement, you just nod, then we can do things like we do on other sites where we organise things like a residents like leaflet drop about the main things which are going to be happening over the next few weeks, and with contact details on it.
So
we can get that through the construction method statement.
Well, I'm very keen to see a forum. I'm very keen to see a face-to-face meeting because many of my residents are reporting to me there's been no formal comms to date.
So add another criteria to the...
We'll make sure this is in the
right,
recommendation that an informative to go with it, to clarify what we'll expect in the construction method statement.
We've all agreed to it, so it shouldn't be a problem. The next one is residents are telling me there's been problems with IT. They haven't been able to get onto the portal. They haven't been able to voice their objections. They haven't been able to write down the thoughts. And if you go to page 171, you'll see a full list of some of them. So there's obviously many more out there. So can we make sure that our IT is working?
Yeah, through the chair, we do, like the rest of the county council, experience some problems with access to the planning portal for intermittently, and we always put a sign and notice on the site, on the website, saying if you can't get on, email us in, or we'll capture it. Yeah.
And of course, that's only the residents who are IT literate.
Yeah, but almost. But for the ones who aren't, but if they're not, but logically, if they're not IT literate, they won't be using the portal to put objections in.
A lot of them didn't know there was going to be a build-out. You know. Finally, and just to preempt that, I think the footpath problem will be solved eventually by going around the roadway. And a good idea, let's make it cycle compliant. The bus stops that were part of the agreement have been put in, but there's no actual posts. So the buses are in no obligation to stop there. Now, I've argued with Arriva and they've told the drivers to stop there, but the drivers are saying there's no stops, so I don't have to stop there.
Right, okay, well...
And it was part of the travel arrangements for the whole site.
We can follow that up separately. Okay. That's minuted. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any more questions, ladies and gentlemen? Councillor Reid.
Just bear in mind when you're planting trees in 50 years' time,
What are you going to say, Chair?
can we just make sure they're suitable for where they are? Because I still have residents phoning me every week complaining about the massive trees outside their houses. And, you know, it's a simple thing to do. Let's just make sure they're appropriate.
Yeah. 50 years, I told you so.
Yeah, well, I won't be here in 50 years. So.
Thank you. No more questions? Can I have a recommendation? Councillor Robinson.
The 3 times this has come up, voted against. This time I'm going to recommend approval as long as the conditions that we've talked about.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're all documented down and Tamsin's in charge.
Good.
So, you will second that, Councillor Reid? Good. Any debate? No? A vote? All those in favour? Unanimous.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Right, ladies and gentlemen. Just wait for Kevin to get here.
Yes. Come on down. Have you got a new chef, by the way?
No, of course we haven't got a new chef. It's always the same high quality.
Very nice last time I went.
Was he? And this is for the construction. Barry, we're starting the meeting, okay? Just to let you know. Construction of a solar farm, together with all associated works and equipment and necessary infrastructure, and that's land east of Burnt House Farm, Netherton Road, Bedlington. And our planning officer on this particular application is Kevin Tipple. Kevin, would you like to introduce this item, sir?
I certainly can, Chair. Thank you very much, and good to be back in the hot seat again. There is one update on this application. There's a further condition to add on Clinton Glare, which I missed out from the report which was circulated. I've got the wording of that condition on the last slide of my presentation, so if that's okay, I'll just come on to that as I conclude my presentation. So in terms of the location of the site, this is the site outlined in red on this plan. It's located between Bedlington, Netherton and Hepscott. This is the existing site features. So the site is currently in agricultural use and includes some areas of plantation, woodland and hedgerow, as we kind of observed on the site visit yesterday. There are some public rights-of-way which cross the site, or also in the vicinity of the site. Those routes connect Hepscott to the northwest and Chopham to the northeast, to the western edge of Bedlington and Blue House Farm to the south of the site. There's also a route over to Hepscott Park to the west. As well as the solar arrays, the scheme also includes some other infrastructure that goes around, associated with the development, and that's what's listed on the slide. And I'll move on just to explain what some of those different elements are and what they look like. Just in terms of, before I do that, just in terms of the development timescales, we'd be looking at a 6 to 9 month construction period for this scheme. Then this scheme would be a temporary development, but it would operate over a 40-year lifetime, so it's quite a long-term operation. And then at the end of that 40-year lifetime, there would be a period of decommissioning and restoration of the site, and those aspects would be controlled by planning condition. So this is the proposed layout of the scheme. The blue on the plan there are the rows of the solar panels. So we have a northern parcel of land over here. This is a central parcel taking up 3 enclosures in the centre of the site, and then a western parcel of land here. This is Burnhouse Farm, if you can see where my cursor is moving around at the moment. The construction compound for the development would be in place just to the east of the existing farm and the curtilage of the farm. Construction traffic would enter from the B1331 the Bedlington Road at the south of the site, and would take this longer route sort of around to the west of the site and into the construction compound to avoid the residential properties that are at the farm. That's an existing track that's in place, and that's used by the HGVs which go to the train base construction training academy that's currently at the farm. Just also worth sort of pointing out on this plan, this area which is marked BEA, that's a biodiversity enhancement area that's included in the proposals. The aim of that area is to it will be planted with a species-rich grass mix to create a diverse grassland habitat to improve the biodiversity of the site. The next 2 slides were just really for the handout, because I appreciate that the plan was sort of quite sort of squeezed onto the slide, so that was just a more zoomed in aspect of the northern part of the site, and the next slide is the southern part of the site. The thing just to point out on here is this is the B1331 running along the southern to the south of the site, and this is the proposed substation just adjacent to that road. So in terms of the different aspects of the development, this slide shows the solar arrays and what they would look like. So over on the far left-hand side is a single panel. The dimensions there are 2 meters, 2.17 meters tall by 1.3 meters wide, and they're mounted on these metal frameworks. They're generally attached into the ground using a piling technique. It doesn't need extensive foundations. It can just use that piling technique. And you probably see that there's an outline of a person and a sheep on there, just in terms of understanding the scale of those turbines and the height. Yeah. The other thing to just sort of mention there is that the gap between the rows of the solar panels is kind of indicative of how they will be laid out on site. So in effect, what you can do is you can drive a tractor down below the different rows, which are kind of used for maintenance purposes. But you will also have the grass sort of and vegetation below the panels and exposed within those areas. So they're just some photographs of some of the developers' other schemes in other parts of the country, just as examples, so you can see what those solar arrays potentially could look like on this site. With the caveat that some of the equipment might be of slightly different specification. On this slide, these are the inverters. It's referenced in the report that there'll be 13 of these placed around the site. These are essentially kind of shipping container sized, and what the purpose of these is to from the solar panels themselves, the electricity is DC power, and this converts it into AC power to then kind of go off into the electricity network. This is the on-site substation which the inverters feed into. This is basically a sort of metal structure and that's roughly indicative of what it would look like. It's probably just worth at this point sort of referencing that we have recommended a condition be added just to get details of the final colours and finishes of some of these things at this stage, just so we can be satisfied with the with the look of those. The next slide is a plan view of the substation. So this would be the Northern Power Grid substation, which would be adjacent to the B1331. What you can kind of see within there in the bottom right-hand corner is the control building. And then in the top left-hand corner is the transformer. And then this is the connection infrastructure, which feeds into an underground cable. The actual point of connection to the electricity network is a substation within Bedlington. Next slide just gives you an idea of the fencing and the CCTV. So you have this deer-style fencing, which would be around the different parcels of land. They're there mainly for security purposes. You have 2.5 metre high wooden poles with this steel mesh fencing between it. Similarly, there are CCTV cameras would be placed at various different points around the site. They would be inward facing and would operate using infrared technology for nighttime, so there's no background lighting or anything like that. And again, they're mounted on 2.5 metre high wooden poles. Just now sort of moving through some of the photographs of the site. So this is the northern land parcel. This is the looking in a sort of southerly direction, and this is the footpath which comes over from Hepscott, running along the edge of this field boundary. Burnhouse Farm itself is just on the right-hand side of that image over there. This is a photo montage, a visualisation of what the development would look like within that northern parcel. So at the top there, you have the existing view of what that enclosure looks like at the moment. And then you have a visualization of what that would look like with the solar arrays within that, the deer-style fencing, and what you can see in the foreground is the hedgerow planting that would happen alongside the deer fencing. But because that's in year one, that planting hasn't had an opportunity to mature at that stage. This was, the members who attended the site visit yesterday will be familiar with this view. This is the point where we went to have a little bit of a look over the site. So again, you're looking in a southerly direction. You can see the central parcel of land in front, and on the right-hand side is the second part of the northern parcel of land, and Burnhouse Farm itself is just out of the photograph. This is the central parcel of land, so we're over on the eastern boundary of the site now, looking towards Blue House Farm and Blue House Farm cottages. Again, this is from a very similar location to that last photograph, just on the boundary between those two agricultural enclosures, where the footpath crosses the field boundary. This next image is taken from a public right-of-way which is to the west of the site, in between the site and Hepscott Park. So what you can see at the top of these is the existing view, and then the solar farm development itself is on this little section where the land rises up. So you can just sort of see the solar panels and the solar arrays kind of on this raised land formation in the distance. This is the access road that runs down to Burnhouse Farm. Just before this, there's a left turn there, which the construction traffic would take. Basically, this photograph is showing the woodland that exists along that sort of strip, which provides a degree of sort of screening to the western parcel of solar arrays. And I just really put this slide in just to help illustrate or make more clear the roots of some of the public rights of way that cross over the site. So, as I said earlier, we have this right of way that comes in from Hepscott and runs through the site and then along the eastern boundary with links into the western edge of Bedlington, and then a link into Choppington. Blue House Farm is here to the south, and then there's a right of way running across here towards Hepscott Park and eventually sort of back into Hepscott. This isn't a public right of way that sweeps around the western edge here. That's actually showing the construction traffic route. So on the next couple of slides, I've summarised the main planning issues. You know, I think, you know, in summary, in relation to the principle of development, there's general support from both the Northumberland local plan and the MPPF. The local plan doesn't identify specific sites for this type of development, and it doesn't include any locational criteria. I mean, essentially the approach is to understand, you know, whether the effects of the development in planning terms are acceptable or can be made so through appropriate planning conditions and mitigation. In relation to the kind of issues around sort of renewable energy and climate change, I think it's just worth flagging up that this development would generate a significant amount of renewable energy, and the scheme would make an important contribution towards achieving the statutory UK net zero target. The site has a capacity of 49.9 megawatts, and that would provide enough energy to provide energy to 15,000 homes, and you'd be looking at a reduction of carbon equivalent of 12,000 tonnes, which I think is the equivalent of over 5,000 cars. So just really to kind of sum things up, we believe that our assessment is that the benefits of this scheme in terms of the biodiversity net gains as part of the proposals and the supply of renewable energy would outweigh the harm that's been identified in the report. So the officer recommendation is the grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've just got one slot this evening. Someone speaking in support of the application, Jonathan Selwyn. Jonathan, you've got 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening. My name's Jonathan Selwyn, and I'm the Managing Director of Bluefield Development, the applicant for this project. It was good to meet many of you on the site visit yesterday. The Bluefield Group is a UK-based business which develops, builds and operates solar farms in the UK on behalf of the stock market-listed Bluefield Solar Income Fund. The group has 130 staff, including field engineers operating around the UK from regional hubs. The fund has invested nearly £1 billion in solar since its foundation in 2013 and currently owns 107 UK solar projects with an aggregate capacity of 750 megawatts, and at peak times in the summer provides about 3% of the UK's energy. Because we own and operate the solar farms we develop, we seek to establish long-term relationships with the local community and the local authorities in those areas. By way of context, why do we need solar? The climate emergency, the cost of living crisis and the energy crunch are all linked by how we generate, use and supply energy. We urgently need to generate energy from new, low-cost, low-carbon sources. Solar is the lowest cost and quickest to deploy of all energy resources. It's currently 1/9 of the cost of gas and can be deployed in less than 1 or 2 years. Solar is already making a difference in this country. For example, between June and August this year, solar often provided up to 25% of UK daytime electricity. And it's not just in summer months. Today, a cloudy day in November, Earlier in the day when I looked, it was providing 8% of the UK's electricity. The government's energy security strategy proposes a 5-fold increase in solar by 2035, and this can only be achieved by deploying solar on both buildings and land. The government's public attitudes tracker shows that solar is the most popular form of energy with 87% support. And a recent poll from Survation broke this down into wards level, and in the Wansbeck constituency, 91% expressed support for solar power, and 87% believe the government should use wind and solar farms to reduce their energy bills. Further evidence that the scheme has been well received by local residents is that this application has only received 3 comments from local residents on the portal, with 1 in support and 2 objecting. Why have we chosen Burnt House for our location? For all our solar farms, we require a viable grid connection, a site that's consistent with planning policy, and a supportive landowner, and at Burnt House we've met all 3 of these objectives. In terms of planning, the land is 95% grade 3B, so 95% not best and most versatile land. It's a former open cast coal mine, so we're bringing back the land into a more sustainable form of energy production. It's well screened from local residents and it has an advantaged topography as we've seen on the photos. It doesn't have any statutory designations. There's a low impact on heritage. It has very good access for construction. There's a low risk of flooding, and we believe it will have a positive impact on biodiversity and safeguard local wildlife. It will also have minimal impact on footpaths. We intend to keep Burnt House Farm in agricultural production by grazing sheep within the solar farm. Currently, Bluefield grazes sheep on 40% of its solar farms, and we're expanding that all the time. Once it's no longer needed for electricity production, we will put a bond in place to ensure that the solar farm can easily be decommissioned and returned to agricultural use. In terms of food security, solar farms are sometimes criticised for threatening food security, but last year the government's own Food Security Task Force reported that the biggest risk to farming in the UK is from climate change. It didn't identify solar farms as a risk at all, and as I said earlier, we're not taking this out of agricultural use, we're keeping it in agricultural use and having a dual benefit with energy production. We're committed to significant net biodiversity gain, and we're proposing a net gain of 60% in habitat units and 33% in hedgerow units. We're committed to providing community funds to local projects, and we'll do this via a unilateral undertaking and have pledged a sum of £350,000 for this project. And we're working very constructively with West Bedlington Town Council to identify projects. So in conclusion, I hope I've demonstrated that the solar farm can help to... Am I okay to just conclude?
Sorry, that was 5 minutes.
Okay. Right.
Thank you very
Sorry.
much.
Ladies and gentlemen of the...
In my eagerness to get through the presentation, I didn't go over that condition which I mentioned at the beginning of the condition. Would it be okay if
Yes, you want to go over that condition again now?
I can do, yes. Apologies for that. So I'll read out the wording of the condition. So it's proposed that we add an additional condition on. This is a recommended condition from Public Protection to deal with any glint and glare issues that haven't been identified during the application process. So the proposed wording is, prior to the installation of any solar voltaic panels, the site operator must provide contact details to the local planning authority to be utilised in the event that the glint or glare from the development is causing detriment or annoyance within a residential dwelling or school in lawful existence at the time of this permission being granted. Over the lifetime of the development, should a CIEH registered environmental health officer determine that glint or glare from the development site is causing detriment to residential or educational amenity within 1 month of being notified, the operator shall submit to the local planning authority for approval a scheme of mitigation to remedy glare or glint which has been identified. Thereafter, the approved mitigation shall be installed and retained for the lifetime of development. And the reason is to protect residential and educational amenity from harmful light in accordance with policy POL2 of the Northumberland Local Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, any questions you want to put to our planning officer? Councillor Flux.
Yeah, there was mention of the community fund and that mention that he's working with West Bedlington Parish Council on that. Is that fund ring-fenced to West Bedlington Parish Council, or can it be spent outside the boundaries of West Bedlington?
These discussions have been taken outside of the process of the determination of the plan application. So the developers approached West Bedlington Town Council separately and is discussing the details of that fund sort of outside of the determination of this. I don't know if you can help out with that.
Yeah, can I just clarify what this fund is about? Okay, and we often use Section 106 funds, and the classic one would be where you have an open cast coal scheme. We have a similar fund. That is there to help mitigate and offset disamenity caused by disturbance. Here, we have identified no problems that would stop us recommending approval without this offer, but this is the company going above that with an offer which reflects the company's ethical values to give money back to the community. We will work with them, however, just to make sure that we don't just spend money for the sake of it when there could be other schemes within a rational area.
Well, that's my follow-up question, and Councillor Thorne will know where I'm getting at with this, that we were both on the liaison committee for Shotton, for the open cast mine, and money was spent within Shotton, Stannington, Cramlington, wherever it was seen as appropriate, because it was affecting all of those parishes to one extent or another. And that was just the question I wanted clarity on, and I'm probably going to explore that further in the next application more than this one. Yes. But it's the similar kind of issue.
It is.
Okay.
Thank you. Any more questions? Caroline.
I have one random one. Do you know something that we don't know? What happens in 40 years' time to the sun? It just might have a bearing on my retirement plan, that's all.
It's still going to be shining. Malcolm.
The 5,000 tonnes. Oh no, the 5,000 vehicles.
It's 12,000 vehicles.
There's
no reference for it.
Sorry, I think they're annual equivalents.
Yeah, they are.
Annual.
Mm-hmm.
Any more questions? Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, one of the big things that comes up when we're talking about this kind of change of land use is the fact that your agricultural fields are being changed into something slightly different. And we're looking at net gain for biodiversity. We're planting, I believe, diverse species. And then we've got a management scheme which will involve grazing with sheep. Obviously, that will be some food production. I'm not sure what the kind of relative is to these fields if they were just grazed with sheep. But in terms of the biodiversity side of it, are we confident within the conditions that we have that the management of that grazing will be such to the benefit of biodiversity? Because if we overstocked it with sheep, they would graze it to within an inch of the soil and we would get very little benefit from biodiversity. And that should be factored into the balance, I feel.
Sure, it's going to be.
Yeah, they've submitted details in line with the DEFRA biodiversity net gain metric. So there's calculations made in there, and there are obligations through that, which is kind of underpinned by the 2021 Environment Act in terms of how those habitats are monitored and how they are sort of managed on an ongoing basis. So the biodiversity management plan for the site is included within the list of approved documents and is conditioned So that would be one of the sort of working documents for the site as well, to make sure that you know, the site continues to be managed in a beneficial way for biodiversity over the life of the site, as is proposed at this application stage.
And will the local plan authority be actively monitoring that in some way?
To this, and how biodiversity net gain works is that there is an accreditation system such that reports will have to be submitted on the current status and biological and biodiversity value of a site throughout the period. Okay.
Thank you. Jeff Reid.
Yeah, right, so I'm going to ask these questions now, but they're relevant to the next one, but I promise you I'll not be asking them again.
Good man.
Is this a big solar farm? I mean,
75 hectares.
Yeah, sorry, in comparison with how, you know, is it
we
it
haven't
the
got
normal
any
size?
big
Is
solar farms in Northumberland. We haven't.
Yeah.
This is...
Yeah. What I'm asking is, compared with everywhere else, how big is that? And the other thing is, it says there's no noise, but when it rains heavily, in the rain is stopping off those panels, is that...
Doesn't make any noise.
I'm just wondering whether there's any ambient noise when it gets rained on, because it's kind of, because there's hollow, it's hollow underneath. It's going to be like a drum, isn't it? Anyway, and if the thing's 40 years in the making, does that mean the panels last 40 years, or they're having to constantly change them? And if they're changing them, these things are notoriously difficult to get rid of because of what they're made of. So we need some way of disposing of them properly. Because honestly, you'll have seen the YouTube videos and all of that, of all these things. You can't put them in a landfill. You know, they're made of rare earth, and it's all very well sort of filling fields full of them here and, you know, saving the planet. But if you've had to dig up half of Australia to get the materials to make them, then it kind of counterproductive. So if you could answer any of those questions for me, I would be obliged. And
I can. I mean, I can answer the... Have you finished?
Yeah.
I can answer the last question in relation to the materials. So the information from the applicant is that the majority of equipment used on site can be reused or recycled. So the information is 99% of the solar panels are recyclable, and they also contain no rare metals. Yeah. The second question, do you want...
The rain question?
Go for it, Kev.
The second question related to noise. And I guess it does, you know, it will be audible if you're standing next to it. I think in the context of this site, what you'll have to understand is the distance between where the solar panels are located and the nearest residential receptors. It's not going to be an issue because of that separation distance. There are, you know, yeah. I wouldn't know. No. I think, you know, there are other solar schemes around the country, and I'm not aware of any issues like that arising on those schemes that I could kind of point to. So we have some experience from that as well.
Yeah, but without us in the room are old enough to remember O-levels, right, in physics, noise degrades in an inverse square relationship with distance, okay? What it means is that noise from a source is of most irritation the closer you are to it, and it falls away very quickly. If there was concerns about noise from this under any operating circumstances, there would be government guidelines on it, as there is with things like standoff distance from anaerobic digestion plants to do with bioaerosols. The fact that government hasn't seen fit to issue any form of guide to this, I think, is probably an acceptance that it falls in the normal way that you look at noise from operational developments. So if you've got a factory, for example, Jeff, you look at noise from point sources. You don't look, because a big manufacturing shed will cause noise by rain falling on the roof. that is not commonly factored into noise assessments because of the way the fact that from a very short distance away from it, you won't hear it.
Just, we're talking about something over 75 hectares. So the last question was
the size.
In relation, is this big?
This is a big one. I have seen bigger, but most of them aren't of this scale. There is obviously economies of scale to do with the non-panel infrastructure in terms of inverters and that sort of information. So clearly, where a site lends to it, the larger the site, the better. Okay. Well, this reflects topography and the natural constraints of the site. Okay. Yeah.
And I'll repeat this because it was something I said to members on the site visit yesterday. Is that if a solar scheme is larger than this in terms of the power output, so 50 megawatts or above, this wouldn't be determined by the local planning authority. It would go via the planning inspectorate route as a
national infrastructure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor Hutchinson, you've got a question?
It's a statement, but it's to do...
Well, a question, please. This is questions to the officers, yep? Oh, well, you save that for debate. Save that for debate. Any more questions? Caroline.
I noticed in the next application it mentions about the airport had some kind of say in it. I'm just wondering, this site, obviously we do have the police helicopters, air ambulance and stuff that will be going over there as well. I'm just wondering if they've had any, if there's going to be any issues with glare and stuff for them.
Yeah. I'll say this one. Airports, because they do regular scheduled flights over precise routes and carry large numbers of passengers, have the ability, and this is in the local plan as well, in terms of being a statutory consultee on proposals, either through by virtue of their height or through what they are, for us to contact the airport. The police and other users of light aircraft wouldn't be using regular flight paths, so it would be impossible to model the effect on them. Okay, so we don't do that normally. Okay. Thanks.
Any more questions? No more questions? Could I have a recommendation, please? Malcolm Robinson.
Chair, I'll recommend acceptance of the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Lyle? Yeah.
I'll second that.
Councillor Darwin is seconding. Thank you. Open for debate. Councillor Hutchinson, you may make your statement now.
For what's his name, commonly known as Councillor Reid's information, the site would be roughly about, altogether, about the size of the, maybe slightly less than the Newsham development at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Flux.
It's actually a bit more clarity, because I think the question Councillor Reid was asking is whether this was a big compared to other solar farms across the UK. From what I see of it, it would seem a pretty standard one. For information, I did used to work on solar applications. They were that was a long time ago, and not for this applicant. Just to state that. There we are. But
Councillor,
also, if I was going to say, just in my part of the debate then, was that I think this is a reasonably good application. I think it's a well-screened site, because I was going to ask questions about screening, but it looked pretty well screened anyway. And as for glint and glare, my understanding is that these are designed to absorb light rather than reflect light. So the aim of the game isn't to reflect anything, so they make them, that's why the colour they are and stuff. So I fully support this application.
Councillor Dodd?
Yeah, I don't know if you recall, but you passed my solar panels not that long ago. No, 36 panels, farm size, and they're nothing but fantastic. Jeff, there's no noise from them when the rain comes down unless it's hailstones, and I haven't heard that yet because it hasn't been up long enough. But it's reduced, even now, my electric bill by 2/3.
Very good.
And that's now. What's it going to be like in the summer? So it's the future, it's the way forward. I think you know, we will get, people will want to come and see this when it's up and how it works. The only bit of noise is from the inverters, from the cooling fans, which is very, very slight, and they're in containers or structures like that. So there'll be no noise, and fantastic, thank you.
Thank you very much. As Chair, I also want to support the application. I don't think so. Cruel, Councillor Reid. You know, I got there yesterday, I read in the paper that it was open casted, and you actually start to walk down the farm track and, you know, it's very attractive agricultural land, and you think, well, 50 years ago, this was being open casted. But you see, the restoration plan had put in place all these stands of trees, which now actually screen these solar panels. So, you know, it's almost as if the open casting and the restoration plan have assisted in this development. But yes, you know, great tidy farm, looking good. And I do get the Green member's point about, you know, loss of agricultural land, but, you know, we're not really losing it. It's just lying fallow for 40 years. So, yeah.
So, just make one point. Just to be clear about how you attach weight to material considerations here, the farmer could change the use of that field to sheep farming without needing the benefit of planning permission, and it still would be in agriculture. So this is offering the opportunity for solar and sheep farming. It is changing the agricultural use, but that in itself would be something normally that we would be involved in a planning authority, unless it was changing the use so it was no longer in agricultural use at all. So.
Thank you. Any more comments, any more debate? Take the vote. All those in favour of the recommendation to approve? Thank you. That application is passed. We now turn to our last application this evening, another solar farm, this time at Low Horton Blythe. So, construction of a solar farm together with all associated works, equipment and necessary infrastructure. And this is northeast of Low Horton Farm, Blythe and Northumberland, also a site that we visited yesterday. And again, the planning officer in this instance is Kevin. Kevin, would you like to take us through this application, please?
I will do, yes, and I'll try not to repeat myself too much from the last presentation. There are a number of similarities. It has the same developer and some of the same characteristics in infrastructure and such like. So I'll maybe skip across that quicker than I maybe otherwise would have. Firstly, just in terms of where this site's located, it's located on the western edge of Blythe. You have the A189 Spine Road running down the western edge, and the solar farm would be located within this part of the site here. Further to the south, so on the south side of the A1061, is the proposed site of the substation, and the proposals for connection to the network from that substation are directly into the overhead pylons which cross the land in that part of the site. This other sort of square here to the east of the Three Horseshoes roundabout is the location of the temporary construction compound. So in terms of the existing site, it's currently in agricultural use with those agricultural enclosures separated by hedgerows. As with the other site, there are a number of public rights of way which cross the site. Those routes typically connect the west end of Blythe and include a permissive path around the edge of the Blythe golf course there. Observations from site visits there are these routes are kind of particularly sort of well used by members of the local community, particularly the Plessy Old Wagon Way, which is a surfaced route running along the south of the solar Park and then over past Low Horton Farm. On this slide, I've listed the main elements of the proposal. As with the other presentation, I'll go through in the following slides what those elements look like. Just worth mentioning on there that the main construction access will be from the A192 between Laverick Hall and the Three Horseshoes roundabout. There's an existing access in place there, which is currently gated, and the construction traffic would enter the site through that access. There is a 6 to 9 month construction period for this scheme, a 40-year operational life, and then decommission and restoration of the scheme would take place at the end of that 40-year operational period. This slide shows the proposed layout of the solar arrays. So just to get your orientation in, we've got the spine road running down to the west of the site, and the solar arrays are spread across 6 agricultural enclosures at the moment. Low Horton Farm, which includes a Grade 2 listed farmhouse building, is located to the west of the main solar arrays, and this small chunk of land in the centre of the site is where there's an existing wind turbine, and that's under a different lease agreement with the landowner, so that area of land's not included within the area for this site. This is just looking at the southern section of site, just so you can see the proposed location of the site compound. So access would be in off the A192, as I mentioned earlier, and this inset shows the location of the substation to the south of Laverick Hall roundabout in the A1061. Again, that's what the solar arrays look like. They would be mounted on these frameworks and arranged in rows, generally facing a southerly direction across the site. There is security deer-style fencing proposed around the site, so they're around each of the parcels of land. And again, CCTV stationed for security purposes around the perimeter of those areas. These are the inverters. There will be 10 inverters across the site. They're all about turning the DC power from the solar panels into AC power for use in the grid. This is the on-site substation, which would be located in the southwestern edge of the solar arrays. And this is an overview of the Northern Power Grid substation, which is located to the south of the 1061. So very similar layout to what we discussed earlier. We'll have a control building, a transformer to the north, and then we have the connection apparatus here, and then goes via a tower into the adjacent pylon and overhead lines just to the west of the site substation. These are some photographs from the site. So this is looking from the bridleway to the south of Low Horton Farm. The solar panels would be located in this field to the right-hand side, and a new hedgerow would be planted across this field, with a little bit of a sort of standoff to Low Horton Farm to deal with this and try to sort of deal with the harm to the to that listed building and its setting. This is the footpath which runs from Low Horton Farm to the east. It's a very similar location to where we stood on the site visit yesterday. So you can see at the left-hand side there the fields where the solar panels would be located. This footpath would remain open and wouldn't be obstructed. It would remain open to use. This is looking from a similar location to the last photograph. The fields where the solar panels are going are on the right hand side of this image, and then you have the A189 in the distance there. You can see the traffic moving along that route in the photograph. This is taken from where where an existing public footpath meets the A189, and it's looking in a sort of a southeasterly direction. And what you can see in this image is the planting that is along the railway line and the golf course to the western area of Blythe. There is an area where the current planting sort of thins out a little bit, and you can see some of the housing development on the western edge of Blythe. There is a biodiversity enhancement area proposed within the plan for the site, and that includes, as well as sort of grassland, it does include some tree and scrub planting to help provide some additional screening and filtering of views potentially from the upper floors of those dwellings. This is taken from the southeastern part of the site, just adjacent to the golf course. So what you can see in the top image is how the site looks at the moment, and then we have a visualization of what the site would look like in the future. So in the foreground, what that's illustrating is this is part of one of the biodiversity enhancement areas. So you have the wildflower seed mix within that area, so it's illustrating that. And then beyond that, you have the fence and the CCTV and the solar arrays. This is an image taken from the location where the temporary site compound would go. So the site itself is sort of fairly flat, but does rise up to where the construction compound would be. So what you can see in this image is the existing view down over that flat land, and in the image at the bottom, the year one view where you have the solar arrays within those enclosures. Again, just some examples of what those solar arrays would look like. And this plan shows the location of the public rights of way across the site. The proposals additionally include a proposed permissive footpath. So what that does is it links where the existing footpath in theory goes across the A189 spine road. A permissive link would be created from that point around onto the existing public right of way that runs from the east of Low Horton Farm. So in effect creating potential opportunities for new routes around the site. There is an existing sort of informal permissive path that runs along part of the eastern edge of the golf course towards the northern edge of the site. It's proposed that that's retained and access wouldn't be restricted to that permissive route as part of these proposals. As with the earlier scheme, in relation to the principle of development, solar development at this location, there's general support for it in terms of both the Northumberland local plan and the MPPF. The local plan doesn't identify specific sites for this type of development and doesn't include locational criteria. So the approach is to understand whether the effects arising from the development are acceptable or can be made acceptable in planning terms. This scheme has a similar power output to the scheme that we discussed earlier. So it would be a 49.9 megawatt capacity, the development. So, in my view, it would generate a significant amount of renewable energy, and the scheme would make an important contribution towards that net zero target. Similar figures again in terms of the energy needs that would meet. So we're talking the energy equivalent of 15,000 homes for this scheme, and it should be viewed as a significant benefit. So just in conclusion then, it's considered that the benefits of the scheme in terms of the supply of renewable energy and the biodiversity net gains that are proposed outweigh the harm identified and as outlined in the committee report. The officer recommendation is therefore to grant planning permission, and as with the earlier scheme, there was a condition omitted from the report, so that is the condition relating to glint and glare. Do you require me to read that condition out again? Thank you. I'm really pleased to hear that.
Just one, Jonathan Selwyn again, speaking in favour of the application. Jonathan, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And sorry it's me again, but you'll be glad to know I'm not going to repeat what I said before, and I'll just pick up a few things from this application. Just one thing to point out in the amount of power that this would generate. As Kevin said, it's around 15,000 homes per annum. The number of households in Blythe in the census is 16,961, apparently. So it would be quite close to the number of houses in Blythe itself. As with Burnt House Farm, this application has been generally well received by the public. We've had 7 comments on the planning portal, with 2 in support, 2 neutral, and 3 objecting to the scheme. Just to pick up on something that was mentioned before, there's now over 500 solar farms in the UK, and most of them are around 49.99 megawatts, as was pointed out by one of your colleagues. And that's because of the scale needed to have a viable project because of the grid costs. Grid is increasingly scarce and increasingly expensive, and you have to match it to make them viable, because we're building these now without any government subsidy at all, unlike in the old days of solar a few years ago. Couple of things to pick out on the planning side. 98.6% of the land on this site is grade 3B, not best and most versatile, so slightly bigger proportion than on Burnt House. And it's adjacent to the former New Delaval colliery, and it has coal seams running underneath the site rather than the open cast that we talked about at Burnt House. I won't go through all the other planning aspects of it, other than to say that, again, it will have minimal impact on footpaths and bridleways. But on this site, we've had a lot of engagement, and very good engagement, with the British Horse Society, because those who came on the site visit yesterday will have seen the very active livery yard down there. And we're ensuring that they retain their access along the footpaths, bridleways, and the areas to the edge of the solar farms. Construction access, as was mentioned, will be via the A192 to the southwest. And just one other thing on the land itself, we're providing a new permissive footpath, which will mean that the people using the footpaths in the area won't have to take their life in their hands by crossing the dual carriageway, where the footpath currently ends. This application forms part of a much larger estate, and the estate has recently acquired additional land similar in size to the solar farm, in which the existing tenant farmer will be able to farm the land, meaning that there's an equivalent swap, if you like, with the existing tenant farmer. The estate believes that the inclusion of the solar farm will help diversify their income and meet longer-term objections and security, whilst also complementing the existing wind turbine you will have seen on the site. Again, we intend to graze sheep on the solar farm and keep it in agricultural production. On this site, we're proposing a biodiversity net gain of 65.6% in habitat units and 76.1% gain in hedgerow units. We've had a bit less engagement with Blythe Town Council, not for the want of trying, but we are still committed to providing a sum of at least $350,000 in community benefit, and we're very open to discussing with other parties whether that money can be well used, as you say, either within the area or in the neighbouring areas, if relevant to the site and in conjunction with discussions with the council. So I get to conclude this time because I'm still within my time. So, as with the previous application, Low Horton Solar Farm can help to address Northumberland's and the national climate emergency and energy security without threatening our food security. It will not harm the environment, and indeed it will enhance biodiversity, and will be providing significant funds to the local community. Just one thing I wanted to add was that we've had a very positive engagement with the Council's planning department on both of these projects, and we felt that the planning performance agreement arrangements are an excellent way of dealing with these large, quite complex projects. And we've dealt with the projects in a very efficient and very sort of very formal way, but also a very logical way in engaging with all the consultees first and getting to address the issues that they've raised in a timely way, which meant that we were able to bring it to committee today. But we look forward to continuing to work with the local community and local authorities on the project, and I hope that you'll be taking your case officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Can I just jump in a bit as it's what time it is? This week I can just confirm that central government is looking at the way we do planning performance agreements on major schemes from Department of Levelling Up, and they are very keen, and they've heard the news from various developers we work very well on major schemes. I've been saying to Guy there at the break that I just wish we could mirror the performance on the house extension side of it, but we are struggling with capacity on that. So I have to be honest that we are performing well on the big schemes, and our PPA system works well, and government likes it, but there is still work to be done in the world of planning.
Thank you. Questions you want to ask? Councillor Jeffrey.
Thanks. I guess I'm okay with this, but I'm just wondering, it's right hard up against the golf course, and you look at the previous thing, it seems to me to be closer to residents, like mass residences, if you see what I mean, like, you know, sort of where most of us live. And I'm just wondering whether that's true, or is that just my impression?
Yeah, I think you know it is closer to the nearest residential properties. I think those on the western edge of Blythe are closer to this site than they were at the burnt house site. I think there's still an appropriate amount of separation from those residential areas to the site. You know, they're separated by the the railway line and the existing sort of tree planting and vegetation that's along that edge. So I'm satisfied that there's an appropriate amount of separation there to kind of mitigate any sort of adverse effects from the scheme that might arise.
Anything else? No. Gary Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. The public speaker noted it. I was going to ask, does the planning authority take into account the tenure of the land, whether it's a rented farm or whether it's an open farm?
No. We don't take into any... we can't place material weight on ownership, tenure or covenants on land in planning decisions.
Any more questions? Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one on the permissive rights of way. I mean, that is a welcome offer by the applicant, obviously, to make a circular route, which makes routes much more attractive to people to walk. What I'm wondering is, no disrespect to what the applicant said or whatever, but over 40 years, are we locking in the permissive nature of those? And can we indeed do that? Because in 20 years' time, there may be a change of tack.
I mean, my answer to that is that those permissive routes are shown on the plans that are listed under the recommended conditions of plans that are approved. So that kind of locks in those rights of way and allows us to sort of and effectively kind of enforce and require that those routes are maintained over the lifetime of the site. So that's how we've done it. We've not been sort of specific in terms of a condition on it. We've asked the applicant to show those routes on the plans, and those plans are included in the list of approved plans.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson.
These are part of these rights of way are rights of way, and other parts are permissive rights of way. So presumably the county council will have no responsibility for the permissive rights of way. And after 40 years, if they are permissive, and they've been walked for over 20 years, in fact, it's possible for anyone to put an application to have it made into a designated right of way. So that would then make it forever a right of way. But we wouldn't have the upkeep of the right of way until it was a real public right of way, would we?
Yes.
Any more questions? Someone like to move a recommendation? Councillor Darwin?
Yes, Chair, I just recommend the officer's report and this be granted.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Stewart? Thank you. Seconded. Any debate on this application? Councillor Reid and then Councillor Flux.
Yeah, thanks. I've just kind of got the answer to my question, and then I've just kind of sat and looked at the map and realised that that kind of might have stymied the development of Blythe for the next 40 years. You know, you're looking to build houses. You're going to be struggling now. So I just, you know, I realise it's not like a planning reason to turn it down, but you've just kind of written off, or we're about to write off 75 hectares of
Chair, could I just
building land, aren't we, really?
Yes, certainly.
Chair, can I just come in on this? Yeah. What is actually being granted is 40 years a permission, okay? There's nothing to say that if Mr Bellway comes along and offers the landowner a very large amount of money, that the landowner could turf off or seek to break contracts. A 40-year permission doesn't mean so you've got to do it for 40 years. It means they can do it for 40 years. And obviously, if commercial circumstances dictate otherwise, that could be changed.
Thank you. Councillor Flux.
Yeah, I took more interest in this one, obviously, because I am the local ward member for East Hertford and Bog Houses, which are fairly close to this. And that was my concern, which the applicant was clearly well awake, despite this very long meeting, because he addressed that in his speech, which meant I didn't have to ask the question. So I would be delighted to hear that there is consideration to areas outside of the parish of Blythe if they are affected. I'm not saying that's any guarantee or anything, but I'm glad that that is in the mix if it was deemed necessary, that any community fund or what have we was not necessarily glued to Blythe area, because in certain respects it affects certain parts of Cramlington parish as much as Blythe. I did have concerns looking at it because that's a big bit of the green gap between Blythe and Cramlington gone. They are separate towns with separate identities. They're not one big. I don't think anyone would wish to see any conurbation of Blythe, Cramlington and Bedlington, for example. So that's got to be protected. That said, I look at that area and I think when I've driven past it or what have we, it does have pylons going across it. It does have that wind turbine. It's not just rolling green hills, although there is green space there, which is important. But we've got to go for these solar farms because we only have to look at the news in Russia and Ukraine and the dependency on gas from overseas has to end or at least be reduced, and these kind of schemes all added into the mix all across the country in the right locations will help in us becoming more energy secure. So I'll be supporting.
Thank you. Any more contributions? Go to the vote. All those in favour of this application?
Unanimous.
Unanimous. All in favour. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, we've just got a 106 update and an appeals update for your information. I've got no urgent business, so thank you very much for attending, and I'm sorry it was such a long meeting.